7 hours straight. Just to get here.
It like airdrops it to my laptop, so I have it here too.
Oh,
really? No, yeah.
Cool.
So it looks like, I don't think we're ready yet. Oh, ready? Okay, perfect.
Wait, hold on just a second. Order to decide agreement in the special education due process case instead of agreement.
Oh,
Hey,
Why do you think you picked one? Well, you were one of the ones that followed next.
2024.
next
2024.
oh,
Because it's the year.
yeah. I think this, it was like this, I'll check corrected.
you know, like, it's definitely
All right, so I'm going to call this meeting to order. Okay. Can I get a roll call, please?
Malinali Lopez,
Here.
Stephanie Ahmad. Here. Paul Cugorno.
Here.
Rich Carnation.
Here.
Bill Adams is absent. Kelly Hernandez and Zoe Furmankevich.
Here.
Okay, and the flag salute tonight is going to be led by Stephanie Ahmad.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah. So I would like to say that I'm very excited tonight to read our land acknowledgement because October happens to be Pomo Honor Month. So I'm really excited to be able to read this tonight. And I know that there was a committee of people that worked on creating October as Pomo Honor Month. So this land acknowledgement calls us to commit to continuing to learn how to be better stewards of the land we inhabit. We recognize that every member of the Windsor Unified School District community has benefited and continues to benefit from the use and occupation of this land. Consistent with our values of community and diversity, we have a responsibility to acknowledge, make visible, and cultivate the school's relationship to Native people. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty of the Miwok, Pomo, and Wapo tribes who originally inhabited this land. We acknowledge that we gather as the Windsor Unified School District in the town of Windsor, and we honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded it through the generations. Okay, so next up, we're gonna go to 2.4, which is a report out of closed session.
Yes, we do have a report out.
Okay.
Yep.
So I would like to say that tonight the board agreed to a settlement agreement in a special education due process case. And that case number is OAH 2024-070073. Jeremy, do you have anything else?
No, that's the only report out.
Okay, thank you. So now we're going to be moving on to item 3.1, which is adjustments to the agenda. Are there any adjustments to the agenda?
Yes, I have an adjustment. I would like to add the there's a MOU for the PALS program at Cali, and I would like to add that to consent.
Yeah, I think consent's fine. It just came in after we'd published and it was time sensitive because they'd like to start in October.
Right.
Yeah,
That
consent's
is
fine.
exactly right. It's time sensitive. They'd like to start in October. I would like to make that item 4.9, and I believe we have the MOU, or Jen has it, so.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, what is this MOU?
It's for the PALS program at Cali, which I believe has to do with bringing dogs, puppies on campus.
Oh, okay.
And like supporting students. I'm not super knowledgeable of the program.
We've had it in the past. It's not a new program. It just, we could wait until November, but then we lose, a month of having the pups on campus.
Yeah.
And so it have to be a majority of the board that voted to allow this to become an item today. So you'd have to vote to put
We have
it
to
on
vote.
the agenda, then vote again.
So we vote now.
You vote now to allow it or not.
Do we need a motion or a second for that?
Sure. Let's do it.
Okay, so I'll move.
So if I vote for this, then my earlier comment that people thought I didn't like dogs will go away.
Not for the first one. The first one, you're just voting to be able to vote on it
I
later.
would like to second the motion that we are able to fix this issue.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Okay, so we'll put it on the agenda. Thanks, guys.
And adding it to consent 4.9.
Yes.
When we get to consent, can you discuss more about that since we tend to pass agreements quickly on consent? Okay, great. Thank you. So now we're going to go on to the item that we've all been waiting for tonight, which is 3.2, celebrating success with Ms. Danielle Buckman.
Wait no longer.
All right, I always mess the direction of this up, so let's see who's up. Okay, perfect. All right, so first up is our ECE, so our Early Childhood Education CTE program, and Leah Anderson, formerly Leah White. I really wanted to just celebrate the work that she's done and getting this program up and running. What you're looking at right now is the development of our basically our preschool lab. So the students that are in our ECE program, it's the first year of a 2-year CTE pathway. Have access to this preschool lab. So she's really designed it thinking about, hopefully one day having kiddos in here, right? Like our own students and our own families being able to bring their littles here, and then having our high school students kind of practice, right, what it means to run a preschool. And as they're doing lessons, right, she'll bring them into this ECE lab and then walk through how they would actually teach students, like little kids, how to do this. So she's been absolutely amazing. And I don't know if you remember from last year, but she actually helped support the development of the Wellness Center, right? She kind of created the, what's the word I'm looking for?
Blueprint.
Yeah, the
Template,
blueprint,
yeah.
exactly. Thank you, of the Wellness Center. And then we're very fortunate that she had so much experience when it came to early childhood education. She was actually a site supervisor at a state preschool and a early childhood education facility. So she's got tons of background. And I really just wanted to celebrate all the work that she's done in this area. And it's really exciting, right? Because our goal is that as our students move through this program and we have dual enrollment with the JC, that eventually our students are graduating with the certifications needed to be able to work in a preschool. So they're graduating with that experience, and then, eventually we can develop them into our own teachers and bring them back here. So it's a very exciting program. And our other celebration is Matilde Camargo. I want to make sure I said that right. She is our lead custodian. And I feel like so oftentimes, when it comes to custodial, we hear a lot of the negative, right? Things that weren't done or things that weren't taken care of. And I just really wanted to highlight how hard she works on our campus. She's always available, for a special events. She works our football on Saturday when we have events on campus. She's always there and willing to just be a team player. We just had a new custodian start. Her name's Ashley, and Matilde took her in and trained her up and gave her all the support that she needed in order to just join our team and, just get right to it. So she's actually been with us for 17 years. She started at the high school. She was there from 2007 to 2011. And then she went to Cali for 11 years. And then we were fortunate to have her back. So I just wanted to give her a shout out. She works very hard. She does amazing things for our campus and for our students, and she deserves to be recognized. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Beckman. And next up is public comment on non-agenda items. Do we have any public comments at this time? No? Okay, so seeing none, I'm going to move on. So now we have a report from our student board members, Zoe Furmankevich and Kylie Hernandez.
All right, so first we're gonna go over Mattie Washburn Elementary School. So the recent events was the Windsor Day Parade, which was the whole town, and Pajama Day, and then the upcoming events is the first annual Bubble Run, and then on the right we have some pictures. Now we have Brooks Elementary School. So the recent events was School Custodian Day and Walk and Roll to School. There's some pictures on the right from Walk and Roll to School. And then the upcoming events is the Zun Zun Assembly, School Site Council Meeting, PTA Color Run, Halloween Parade, and then Walk and Roll to School on the 13th of September. Then we have Cali Calmecac Language Academy. We have, for the recent events, the Walk and Roll, Food and Diaper Distribution, which is every Wednesday, Coffee with the Admin, Governing Council Source, and then the upcoming events is Minimum Day, Dine and Donate, Free Dress Day, Dia de los Muertos, and then again, no school.
And then for the Windsor Middle School, some recent events, they did a walk and roll to school on October 9th, and then a Dine and Donate at Panda Express, which benefits 6th grade science camp. And then some upcoming events, there will be a boosters donation drive up until October 31st. And the end of the quarter is coming up tomorrow, Friday the 18th. There will also be a Spirit Week, October 28th through the 31st, and then no school on November 1st and November 11th. So big picture, some recent events, the Windsor Day Parade, which is a town thing, but the Big Picture participated in it. They also had an informational night on the October 10th, and then homecoming in conjunction with the high school on October 5th. And then some upcoming events, they'll be hosting a Pizza Guys ongoing Dine and Donate every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. The Makeup Picture Day will be on October 23rd. They have a Santa Rosa Junior College information session on October 30th, and then no school on the November 11th because of Veterans Day, and then their Fall Harvest Fest on November 20th. They're also continuing their LTIs, which are internships that they do. Windsor High School, some recent events, also the Windsor Day Parade, homecoming, and then they hosted a Dine and Donate at Mary's Pizza Shack on October 9th. And then some upcoming events, the Freaky Fundraiser on Saturday, October 19th, and it'll be held in Odd Fellows Hall in the town green, and all proceeds go towards benefiting the Windsor Toy and Food Drive. Nueva will also have their opening night for their play, The Curious Incident of the Dog at Nighttime, on October 24th. And then Key Club is actually having a field trip to Six Flags this weekend for their fall rally. And S Club will be having a bake sale tomorrow, Friday the 18th at Oliver's to raise funds for a blanket project they're doing in support of the YWCA, which is a women's domestic violence shelter.
Oops. Any comments or questions from the board? No? Yeah, I just want to say great job. Okay, so next up is our superintendent's report.
All right, and away we go. So I don't know if I should go through this again, since I think you just kind of did, but October is Pomo Honoring Month. I think it should be important. It should be noted the impact and stories of the Pomo people are around us. Every moment here in Sonoma County, much of that history is difficult and painful, but we want to also focus on the knowledge, artistry, and history of our neighbors. So here at the Windsor Unified School District, we are looking forward to continuing to include our Native community in our education and curriculum and working to create a new story everyone can be proud of. Stephanie's actually been a large part of that conversation where we're really trying to make sure that we are inclusive. We modify some of the way we teach, especially with the way we teach history. It should also be noted the Pomo project has a Pomo art exhibit that's free and open to the public at the Finley Center in Santa Rosa. Not sure why it got cut off in the bottom. We were all at the Windsor Day Parade. I had my kids there with me. We had a soccer game immediately following the Windsor Day Parade. So I was there in my soccer jersey with the kids. And as Zoe and Kylie already mentioned, this was a good time. All of our schools were represented, and it was good fun community event. And you see the our float up there in the top right for the district. You got Maddie Washburn. They were chilling a low rider. It was nice. Middle school had, Brooks had like this crazy, I don't even know what it was. I saw it and said, how in the world did you manage to get that vehicle? It was a cool event. I was proud of our teams. Some more pictures. Oh, you had Cali, you had Ballet Folklorico. Did I say it right? Look at me, come on, I'm here. I've been to enough Cali graduations. We had our first information night for our new teacher residency program. Actually, Malinali, you just asked me about this. So this is a partnership we have with Sonoma State, and we are looking for people who may have a bachelor's degree but who are not teachers. And we can actually, the grant with Sonoma State can pay these individuals to get their teaching credential up to $34,000 to $40,000 a year. And so we've called it WIDER, Windsor Initiative for Diverse Education Residency. We're trying to diversify our workforce. Over 30 people showed up. I actually think it was 31 people, and 30, I believe, were from Windsor, and 1 was from Healdsburg. So this is not just Windsor, it's the greater surrounding area as well. I'm really excited about this program. And that's a picture of all the people who were there. The mural, the board just got to go over and see the mural. So this is completed at Brooks by the 5th grade class. They started this process as 3rd graders by planting and planting the pollinator garden. And in 4th grade, the garden teacher, Allie Hartley, and Elizabeth Robertson, who's our VAPA coordinator, collaborated to have them use the scientific sketching techniques to sketch plants in the garden. They then shared student artwork with the teaching artist, Janet Self, who created the overall mural design. And this year, the students painted the mural over 6 days. Every student had a hand in painting the mural during the classroom pull-out time, and garden time. And can you find the Jaguar? That's what we were told you had to do. It was really cool. I was pretty impressed that, these little 9, 10, 11-year-olds could do that. Shannon Johnson, if you've ever met Shannon, you know she's an amazing individual, amazing teacher. She was recently celebrated at SCO for being one of the nominees for the 23-24 Teacher of the Year. She's really an amazing person more than anything else. And if you are lucky enough to be one of her students, she really does make an impact in each and every one of those kids' lives. So we're excited to announce that our food services has a new partnership with Cousteau Bakery, and that the high school and middle school are now serving fresh baked in-house croissants from Cousteau. Those are real pictures up above that they're baked in the middle school. So you got chocolate, mixed berry, and raspberry. If you ever want one, an adult breakfast is only $4.27. That's a lot cheaper than McDonald's or Taco Bell these days. And they're available at the high school on Tuesdays and the middle school on Wednesdays during the breakfast hour. Thanks to Cousteau for working with us on this delicious partnership. All right, Trick or Treat Trails back at Kaiser Park. We'll be having a booth this year. Hope everyone can go. It takes place October 26th from 12 to 4. Registration for families is required to attend, so come check out the spooky classroom and get some swag. All right, there's been a lot of conversation in the community about our upcoming bond, and I want to take a moment to answer some of the questions and provide additional information. So is this attached, or do we have to bring it up? Because it's not attached to this specific presentation. It's a different one. It got a little longer than the superintendent report, so I had to make it a separate presentation. And just a disclaimer, so my role here is to provide information, not to convince anyone of voting a specific way, but to make sure I present factual information so everybody knows the facts of Measure V and our needs. So I'm going to start with, we conducted a facility needs assessment. We started this process in 2021. It took over a year and a half. Eventually, we had a facilities master plan that identified a lot of the needs that the school district has. And I'm going to go through those needs because we identified and itemized them based on certain things, I'll say. So if you look at Mattie Washburn, so I'm going to go school by school. Mattie Washburn was built in 1993. Right now, all of those numbers up there are what it would cost in the next 5 years to replace the things that need to be replaced. So HVAC is $3 million, lighting almost $800,000, fire alarm systems. You guys can read, so I won't go through that. Major cost is asphalt repair and travel upgrades. That's usually because with ADA, as whenever you touch something else on a campus, you have to make sure you provide path for wheelchairs. And so a lot of the asphalt concrete usually needs to be fixed. And I'll summarize this at the end. You look at Brooks Elementary, built in 1988. Again, similar costs, a lot in asphalt, HVAC, another $4 million, so on and so forth. Cali, so the maintenance projects, $6 million. HVAC, again, HVAC's expensive. Obviously, it's a lot to install an HVAC system. And when they go out, there's just no choice. So you can see Cali is a little bit more expensive than Mattie and Brooks. That makes sense. You got more classrooms. But again, large numbers. At the end, I'll summarize, and that's really where I'll talk about the numbers. But I wanted to break this down so you could see it. Look at Windsor Middle School. HVAC is $9 million now. Short-term maintenance projects that, we need $10 million. Asphalt repair, $1 million. Roofing, we have some roofing needs over there. But Windsor High School, I just want to point out, just in HVAC replacement is $20 million at Windsor High School. You got to remember, it's built in 2000. HVAC usually lasts about 20 years. You can squeeze out a little longer, which we have. Pretty much every single HVAC unit at the high school is due to start going out. But here's where I really wanted to show you. So these are all, essentially we call these deferred maintenance needs, right? This is what we have to take care of in order to have classrooms that are safe, warm, and dry. This isn't the sexy, pretty bell stuff. This is just to make sure our classrooms are safe, warm, and dry. Total estimated cost for all of our school sites is $122 million. Which is essentially what our bond amount is. 54 million, 55 million alone just at Windsor High School. So there's been some questions that have been asked. I'd like to answer them. So why is the language so vague? The way the rules are around bonds, bond funds, is that you sometimes spend these funds over 10 years. It's when you sell them. Some districts spend them quickly, some spend them over a long amount of time. Your needs change over time. So you make sure you write your bond language so that you are able to pivot if needed, because school district needs change. So, and rather than commit to a specific thing like building 4A at Windsor Middle School, you don't do that. You make sure you have room to move. There's also been a lot of chatter about Prop 2 versus Measure 2. So Prop 2, they're both bonds. They're both school facility bonds, but Prop 2 is statewide. There's significantly less funding for Windsor. In fact, there's zero funding for Windsor specifically, and I'll talk about that. And the way that it's been discussed, a higher percentage of these funds, $10 billion, is going to go to districts that have a larger percentage of English learners and foster youth. We are not one of those districts. And there's a specific reimbursement model. You have to spend money in order to get money from Prop 2. So the way that state funding works is right now it's empty. We're on a list right now for one of our projects. If you have an eligible project, meaning you replace portables that are over 20 years old, you then do all the work, you pay for it yourself, that gets you put on a list, but right now there's no money in the coffers, so you just sit on that list until there is money in the coffers. That sometimes takes 10, 15 years. And so and you get whenever you submit your stuff, that's where you get put on the list. So it's in order of first come, first serve. Now you can't get on that list unless you spend the money, right? So for us, Measure V is all local, and it would allow us to take advantage of Prop 2 if it should pass. So Prop 2, not passing would be disappointing, but manageable. Measure V not passing means all those $122.5 million worth of deferred maintenance needs, they come out of really our maintenance fund, which is essentially general fund dollars in the end. Kind of. It's not exactly, we have 3% of our budget designated to maintenance funds, but if we exceed that, then we're into our general fund. Just a little bit, how does funding for bonds work? It's a loan. It's a loan that we take out and repay over time using revenues from local property taxes. And then you don't sell all the bonds at once. You have to sell them as the community can afford them. So you sell them in chunks. Sometimes you'd sell them for $12 million, and then you would use that $12 million. So these sales can happen over a long time. So there's a lot of questions like, well, when does the bond run out? Well, it depends on when you sold the bonds. So some bonds would run out, 3 years before another one, because then we sold more bonds 3 years later. But what often does happen is you refinance bonds as well as rates get better, or you have more properties within the town area. For instance, the 2016 bond was passed at $45 per 100,000 assessed value, but homeowners actually paid only $25 per 100,000 assessed value. We refinanced those bonds and saved over $1 million for homeowners. I think we did that about 2 years ago. And also, as you build homes, then your cost goes down because more people share in the load. We haven't talked about this, but in those numbers I shared with you, does that mean all the portables would get replaced? And the answer is no. So the portable replacement will come on top of the $122.5 million. So portable replacement cost is about $1,200 per square foot. So really, if you just think of a classroom, they're 960 square feet, but let's round to 1,000 just to be easy. So it's about $1.2 million per classroom per portable that's eligible to be replaced. And if you look at each of our school sites, we have 52 portables or modulars that are over 20 years old. We have 82 overall, 52 of which are over 20 years old. Really, the worst site is Brooks. At Brooks, we have 13 classrooms, 13 modulars that were put in place in 1989. And then we have another 9 that were put in place in 1995. So, it's almost, 35, 36 years old? So we're getting up there. And the shelf life is 20 years on these. So to replace all these portables, would be, $98.4 million, but just to replace the portables that are over 20 years that are eligible for reimbursement from the state should Prop 2 pass is $62 million. So that would be on top of the $122.5 million in needs that I've already talked about. There's also been questions about the Citizen Bond Oversight Committee. I will not read all of this to you, but I wanted to make sure it was there for the minutes. So you're required by law when you pass a bond to have a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. And what that committee does is it makes sure every expenditure fits the language of the bond. Okay, so there's bond language. I already talked about how it's often vague, but sometimes you do have very specific projects. The district can only spend money on those projects that are explained, are appropriate within the bond language on the ballot right now. So the Citizens Oversight Committee, they review every single expenditure and they make sure that the language is followed. So the committee has met on those dates. I only put the dates that I was here. COVID was a weird time. So I think there was a year where the committee didn't meet. A lot of meetings didn't happen during COVID, obviously. So I just started when I was here. There's a star after 2022 because we found the meeting date, but we couldn't find the minutes. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. We've had trouble having a quorum. So you have 7 people on this committee usually. We've had trouble this is a common thing. We've had trouble getting all 7 people to stick with us. Usually the first couple of years after a bond passes, you have a lot of interest, and then slowly people start to fall off. And so we have had trouble getting 4 people to come to our meetings and get a quorum. We did have one last Did we have one last time? I'd have to ask Austin, but we have been running our meetings. We've just had trouble with the number of people who are attending them. give you some examples of what the previous bonds have paid for. So in 2016, you can see the Brooks Elementary Library project, that was $2.5 million. Maddie Washburn, the classroom portable replacement project, which was about $10 million. This is the 2016 bond. Windsor High Stadium upgrade project, $4.5 million. And then the Cali two-story 14 classroom portable replacement was $20 million. We had district-wide safety upgrades, almost $3 million for security cameras. And then the Cali locker room remodel project was about $500,000. Also with Measure H, oh, that's a repeat slide. We had that already in there, 4.4, 4.5. But the Windsor Middle School new culinary classrooms and the CTE classrooms, that was $393,000. Also, we did that quad upgrade at Windsor High School, and district-wide playground upgrades, about $1 million. Windsor High, new culinary classrooms, and we also did some work at the Brooks Garden, which you guys were just at. Windsor Oaks Academy, we had a shade structure put in, and then Cali, a 6-classroom TK, which you also were just at, about $4.8 million. It should be noted that Cali project cost more than $4.8 million, but $4.8 million came out of the bond funds. So we had other funds that went into that. Safe, warm, and dry, just in district roofing repairs were $4 million. We also did some portable replacements, outdoor learning areas, some other safety and security improvements, and some just general site improvements. And that's it. Any questions?
Just on the bond oversight meetings, we don't really have very much money left in the bonds, right?
No.
So sometimes that's why it's hard to get people to the meeting, because you're not going to talk about anything because
There aren't a lot of expenditures anymore. Yes.
Right. So it's just that there's a misconception out there that people haven't been meeting, and yet they have been meeting. So,
Well, here's the thing. We get audited. So very significant auditing on this, and we've never had a finding. So we're definitely doing all we're supposed to be doing. We get audited by Christy White, and many districts get findings for their Citizens Oversight Committee, and we haven't had one.
thank you.
All right, any other questions? No?
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Okay, so next up is site scorecard presentations by Brian Williams.
Good evening, board. At the last principals meeting, we were able to get a sneak peek of our CAF scores, our state testing scores, and you'll get to have a presentation next month. But it would be very easy to say that with the majority of our principals were either brand new principals at their site or first year principals, that there could be a bit of an implementation gap. And if we're not seeing any movement.
Can I interrupt, Brian?
Sure.
I'm sorry. I know when I built this that I had our union reps going before the principals, and I just want to make sure, did we not build that into the agenda
I don't
properly?
think it's there. I don't see it
I
there.
think it must have gotten deleted on accident. So
Because I printed out my minutes from it. It's on my minutes.
it's on your minutes?
Yeah. Staff Association.
Oh, then it got moved.
Yeah,
Are you-
we have it after Mr. Williams.
Okay, it's okay.
I was wondering if you were going to ask for.
Oh, I'm sorry, do you mean public comment on Jeremy's report? Or?
Or this, we do public comment.
Yeah.
Get kicked out. Or-
Is
No, you're
there
not
is
gonna
there
get
a
kicked
public
out.
comment on Superintendent Decker's report? Nope, okay. So I think we'll have, Mr. Williams, and then next up, we'll do staff association reports next.
And I should, Susanna, because this is not like an actionable item, we were just making it more like a report that was different than public comment. That was the concept.
With this report.
Sorry,
with
Brian,
our
thank you.
Principals being either brand new to their principal job or brand new to their site, it would be understandable if we didn't see a lot of movement. But we saw some pretty exciting things when we were going over the scores. And thinking about a lot of the work that Lydia and Patricia did with their P3CC and early literacy, thinking about all of the complete restructuring of big picture learning, thinking about Annette putting together her professional learning teams and giving them opportunities, looking at the changes over time with our middle school, both at Cali and at the middle school, with our middle schoolers, like thinking about like where were they as sixth graders, where were they as seventh graders, where were they as eighth graders. Danielle at the high school designed and implemented with her team the whole freshman seminar, huge changes. And when we saw the results, they were definitely trending upward. So I'm very excited to share with you what they're planning for next year. Now, we went out of order. We did random, so everybody gets to have a different spot. So I will introduce the first school, and if you, once you get to that slide, if you could introduce your next principal, we would appreciate it. So I'm going to bring up Big Picture Learning with Heather Christensen.
And board, I know that we were together before, but just if we could remember to hold questions until the end, and then we'll ask you, they'll come up if you have a question specific to their site.
Okay. And
That's
then
for
also,
you, Rich.
I wanted to add to that, you know, after everyone is done, then I will ask for public comment.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So at Big Picture Learning, we evaluate things based on competencies. So we are looking for all students connected and thriving at the communication and quantitative reasoning competencies. And if you look at our September baseline, you can see that what you really see is growth over the years. So overall, our students are at 45% at 3 or above. And by the 11th grade, they're at 67%. And then by 12th grade, we actually have 100% of our 12th graders at 3 or above already. So clearly, I'm going to have to change my goal a little bit, update that. But we also don't want to lose track of that, because even though we're already at 100%, we want to continue to grow our student skills in that area. For the youth truth, students feeling like they're a part of their school's community, our January survey results put them at 3.47, and our goal is to get to 4.0. For all staff connected and thriving, for the youth truth, their school creates a positive work environment. And we're looking to increase that to a 4.5 from our 4.25. And for honest two-way communication, we really, I mean, it looks pretty good now, but we want to get it all the way up to a 4.7. For strong family, community, and school relationships, this one is something that I think we are working really hard at. We did struggle a little bit with all of the changes that our school went through last year, so we're really building that. But you can see that our families really believe in our school's mission. We have a 4.5 out of 5, but we are still striving to increase that. So our numbers are pretty good, but we really plan to improve, continue and grow and get even better. So how are we going to do that? So we as a staff got together and we talked about the measures that matter and some of our key activities and strategies that we're going to use. So for communication, one of the things we're going to implement is specialized workshops to increase communication skills and practicing presentations. So our students do a lot of presentations and they do a lot of communicating out in the world, but we're going to continue to grow those skills. For the Youth Truth Survey results, for feeling like they're part of their school community, we're going to reinstate our student council, and we're going to involve students in school decisions even more, and then we're going to get their feedback and really use their ideas to make sure that all of our students are feeling connected and part of the school community. And it is extra challenging as an independent studies school since they're not all together all the time. In terms of the staff, we are integrating monthly feedback time into the staff meetings, and I'm really leaning into having difficult conversations with my staff so that they can feel heard and that I can also take their advice in improving things at our campus. And for families, we are hosting LCI project nights and really leaning into what we do very well. And I'm working with the site council to get more parent input and to find out from them how we can really get, ultimately I want to get all the way to 5, that all of our families are behind our mission and supporting what we are doing. And next up, it is Lidia from Cali.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening, good afternoon. There we go. Okay, so very happy to be here. Mine is gonna be a little bit longer, so I do have many different grade levels, but this time we have put all those together in span grades, TK2, 3, 5, and 6A. But I'm going to pinpoint the academic first, and then we will go into our youth truth results and go from there, the strategies that we are thinking as a big team here at Cali, how we can tackle and improve the work that we are doing. So we are having this big picture referring to our little ones, the TKers, and the work that our teachers are doing in that area of TK with our report of the DRDP, where we are observing how the teachers are monitoring the development of the students as they go through the year and through the month into different categories, approaches to learning, self-regulation, social emotional development. Those two are very important into getting to kindergarten. Language and literacy, cognition, math, physical development, health, and English language development, which at Cali, that TK, it's gonna be very little, 20 minutes every day. The rest happens all in the other target language, which is Spanish, with our dual language program. So at the beginning, our students are in that responding era or stage, and then they will be moving up towards the building, integrating later at the end in the blue, purple color that you see there. So most of our students baseline right now are in that yellow, responding. We have some into the exploring stage. At the end, in December, we will be able to see that baseline where we lock the results and the data, and I will be able to show the movement as the kids are progressing. Again, this is showing development of the students. Moving to the other 3 big groups that we have on campus, and focusing on the big pillar of all students connected and thriving. On campus, we do have that span grade of kinder and second, focusing on baselines happening right now in Spanish, early literacy, kinder and first grade, scoring in there at the 45.5%, and our goal there will be moving them at the end of the year to a 49.5. Math, Spanish, Renistar, first and second only. That our baseline is right now at 50% who are at or above grade level, and our goal will be to increase that to a 53% or higher, always reaching like to the sky, to the stars every time. So big, high expectations. Renistar English, we do not have any data in there because our dual language model has been into the focusing of not the literacy in English, but just the exposition to the language through music, vocabulary. Although we are taking a risk on that one, but we believe that we can prove that the gap in our English learners is going to change and move to be smaller, where we are going to be bringing an integration of phonics and phonemic awareness at the ages of the end of first grade, second and third. And we believe that that's going to be a great foundation for our students to start moving up into a better understanding of the language in all different areas and showing all the different skills, production of language, orally, written, comprehension, reading, etc. at an earlier age, so we can close that gap and help our multilingual learners more and more. So that's something that we are implementing this year. We will see what the data shows, but we do believe that that's gonna completely help with the whole program. Then we do have our next section of students span grades 3 to 5. In Spanish, our second graders were included in this one. Our baseline through Renistar is at the 48.5%, and we want to move them up to 52.5 or higher. Math Renistar, we have included the sixth grade in that group because math from 3 to 5 and inclusive the sixth graders, the language that is instructed in that class is Spanish. So the students learn math through the Spanish language, and we are at 60% right there, the highest percentage that we have ever had. So I'm myself like really proud of the work that is happening at the school. And moving towards the goal of a 63%. In the English language, we do have some work to do in there. That's why we want to start changing a little bit and challenging that model to see if we get the results that we want to see. We are at 39%. We have work to do. And to go moving up to at least 43 or higher. And then we have the other big group of our middle schoolers, 6 to 8. We do have Spanish with a 51.3 baseline right now and moving them to a 55.3. Math area, 7th and 8th, they are grouped in there because of the language of instruction is English. And again, that's a big area that we need to work on with a 38.5%. Moving them to a 41.5. And English, we are at 42%, moving them to a 46%. Regarding our measures that matter, we did a great work with our leadership team or guiding coalition team. And what we did is we looked at the data in Youth Truth and Employee Engagement Survey, and we looked at the positives from last year and the areas that were in the negatives, so lower. And the teachers wanted to concentrate on those areas to put those into our measures that matter for this year and work on moving those up. And those are right here in the sections for students connected and thriving. 3.5 thought that my teacher allows me to participate in the learning by sharing my ideas with others. And in the class will be something that very important to focus on. This year we were at 2.41. We want to move to 266. 6.8, adults on campus check in with me to make sure I understand my assignment and what I am supposed to be learning. That's another one they want to focus on. Moving from 314 to 350. In the staff connected and thriving, TK all the way to 8th, teachers at Cali work together to improve instructional practices. That's the other area we want to focus on, from moving from 397 to 4.22. And in our employee engagement survey, our administrators provide us feedback on our strengths that help us achieve our goals. We want to focus on that one as well, which all those areas go really well linked and parallel to all the work that we are doing in our PLTs and PLC journey, which I think was really the appropriate way to do to show that growth as well and get better. Again, because our changing and improving our practices in the classes will be the success also for our students. And then in the area of strong family and community, we do have focusing on TK5, our school provides a safe learning environment and resolves issues when conflicts arise. We want to move that from 340 to 365. And 6-8, my child's school provide resources necessary to achieve learning goals. So we want to work with our families, parents, to raise that to from 361 to 386. I want to point out our targeted subgroups at Cali that we want to really pay attention to, and those are our multilingual learners in English and in math, where we do observe that they are, we have work to do in there at or above grade level at the 9%, 8%, 9 in ELA, math with an 8%. We want to move them at least to a 13%, 11%. And then the same with the students with disabilities at our campus. Under the English and math, we do have work to do as well, with a 13% in both English and Spanish, and in math with 8%. I want to point out that Spanish is right there with a 47%, which it's proving that the dual language program that we do have at the school is working, because that's the first target language that the students are acquiring from the very beginning. So those kids that are at 9 in that second language acquisition target language, which is English, they do have a strong foundation in the first native language, which is that Spanish. So I wanted to point that out, because that will help out to move the English area in the development. Okay, so what are the different strategies, activities that we want to focus on this year at Cali? Regarding, I put together the English and the math part for our multilingual learners, and the strategies that we are going to hit in there are gonna be scaffolding activities, visual aids, cooperative learning happening through Big Lab strategies, something that we brought into our classes and into our staff to make sure that English proficiency, that Spanish proficiency hits the targets that we want to see. Students also, through Renaissance, through our program of Renaissance, we are creating student goals and also skill level groups. So our teachers, during the period, the 1 hour period that we have implementing new this year at Cali, which is the Eagle time, the teachers are able to offer that intervention or that extension based on on those learning targets and skill level groups as well. We are having and implementing a buddy reading system all across the school, something that we are doing new this year, which is going to also bring into the class the production of the language, the vocabulary. We are going to have the older kids working with the smaller kids, and also administration working with teachers, guiding and hitting those standards and learning targets when those kids come into the class. So I think that's going to be very powerful. It is starting already, and the kids love to see the older ones. That's a powerful thing happening at Cali. It's really magical to see that. And also that intense pushing model that we started several years ago, but we are also challenging the program in a way, and we are hoping to see really good results where all our intervention team, it's completely targeting the first grade and the kinder classes into the comprehension and the production of language. That's the first time that this is happening at Cali. So we want to provide that big and strong foundation, so when they get to that second grade, the kids are flying, and our gap for intervention, it gets lower and lower every time. So it's working really well. Let's see more throughout the year, the progress with the data. Regarding students with disability in both ELA and math, we are having our special ed case managers very involved and key. They are being very key participants in our PLTs, times and teams that we do have, supporting our teachers into the essential standards, the creation of those essential standards, the learning targets, and providing that student monitoring and checking with our kids. They are continuously doing the pushing into the classes, and that's been a key element as well. We are also having a PD for our staff in doing tier 1 instruction, and a small group station rotation as well, which we believe that will be empowering our teachers during the Eagle time happening at the school for an hour every day. We do have also putting into action something that is new also that we are trying this year. It's through the math shadow, we are rearranging, we are creating skill groups, and they are coming, rotating. We know what learning targets they need to tackle. We know the skills that they need to have in those standards, and we are rotating. Our math teachers are working with them, and they are going back to electives, and they come back, another group, to kind of like target that. And then in something new that we have done also at the middle school is we have put students by course, something new that we have done at Cali as well. And that's empowering also the work that is happening at the campus this year. Okay. I'm not going to be talking about the students with disability and the suspensions. We do not have, the percentage we have is very low. So I'm not going to talk about that one. And regarding the other areas, measures that matters, we are going to be implementing as well. In the area of my teacher allows me to participate in the learning by sharing my ideas with others. We are bringing those big lab strategies into our lessons and providing strategic opportunities for students to produce language in the class in both areas, English and Spanish. Doing think, pair, share, small group projects and project-based learning as well through collaborative classrooms. We are differentiating and using different learnings of modalities through smart boards. We are piloting smart boards at Cali this year, bringing 11 of them and collecting data and see how that is moving and affecting the learning of our students on campus. We also have, through the big process on PLC journey and PLT teams, we are creating very intentional, looking at the standards and creating learning targets, and also intentional and strategic activities that we will provide into the classes, and the creation of formative assessments that will be of a big help on moving the needle and the learning of the kids. And something that we thought about how to contact and how to get that help from students, from teachers to students. We thought about the idea of posting, and we have put in the bathrooms, actually in the stall doors, some posters where we give the kids some tips on who can I ask for help, who can I understand, who can I go to get the help that I need, who can I contact. Regarding the teachers at Cali work together to improve instructional practices through that PLT collaborative model. We will be we do see already changes and progress. And also through our guiding coalition team that will be doing PDs and is doing PD since last year to our staff on campus. And we as an admin too, we are starting already this year a classroom rotation, going into our classrooms and also paying attention to specific learning targets and strategies happening in the class based on those conversations at work happening in those PLTs. And then debriefing with our PLT teams what we have observed. So we believe that's going to be also helpful to move that needle up. And finally, our school providing a safe environment, the same as resources necessary for our families. We did start last year our Safe School Ambassador program that we have continued this year, and we actually have moved third grade, fourth and fifth into collaborating and getting into the program as well, where we have our students being peer supports for others on campus. We do have the kids creating and doing safety campaigns, being conflict mediators and reporting of any type of unsafe situation on campus. So they are positive role models for our kids. Using avid strategies and journal calendaring, something new that we have added into middle school classes this year, where our teachers are mentors of certain core groups, and they are doing their check-ins and contacting families and providing those strategies and sharing those strategies with our families so they can help our kids as well at home. And then last thing that we are incorporating, something new this year, it's our Saturday Aguila Camp to reinforce the student learning targets. And we are going to be having 2 core days where our course will have just one day to get to know each other, do activities, social and emotional activities as well, to help with that safety on campus as well. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions?
So we're gonna keep going and then wait till the end.
Okay.
You actually have questions from Zoe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna wait until every principal presents. Thank you.
I'll explain why later.
Oh. And then now we're going to invite up Danielle.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Whew, I got to give a shout out to Lydia. You've got like 3 schools in 1 school. That's a lot. Like, that's a lot. No, that's okay. I just want to say that's a lot. You know, I commend you. That's a lot. All right. So, right, similar measures that matter. We've got RenStar, we have Youth Truth. In terms of RenStar, something that I think is really important to point out when we're talking about the high school is that those baselines are compared to SBAC standards in 11th grade. So we've got 9th graders, right, that are taking RenStar math. And the comparison is those 11th grade standards and that 11th grade CASP test. So I think that's important to just keep in mind as you're looking at those percentages, that some of our 9th graders are only in Math 1. Some of them are in pre-Math 1, and they're not hitting those standards that they're then going to be asked to do as an 11th grader. So they're not ready, and that's okay, right? They're only in 9th grade. So I just wanted to point that out. And then looking at our Youth Truth in terms of all students connected and thriving, in order to get those measures, what we did is we looked at Youth Truth and we pulled out all of the questions that we scored the lowest positive percents on. And then we sent out a survey to students and we asked them to rank what is the most important to you and what do you want us to focus on. I also threw in school safety because I was curious. I wanted to see if students would also find that to be important. And the 2 that rose to the top were I feel safe during school, and then my teachers make an effort to understand what your life is like outside of school. So that's really driven by our students and what they want us to focus on this year. In terms of all staff are connected and thriving, the leadership team helped us pick this, so I feel empowered to play a meaningful role in decision-making at my school. and then strong family and community school relationships. I receive regular feedback about my child's progress. So last year in Site Council, we had landed on this as our focus. And then this year in Site Council, we spent some time discussing it, and we wanted to maintain this as something that we're still focused on and we're still working on. So I'm happy to say that there's a lot of stakeholder engagement in terms of those measures and what we're working on this year in terms of youth truth. If we keep going and we look at our targeted subgroups, right, we've got our multilingual learners and RenStar and ELA Math. We've got some work to do there, and I'll speak to how we're already tackling that when I get there. Students with disabilities, again, we've got some work to do there, but I'm really proud of the work that we're doing, and I think we have some good things in place. In terms of the other two on there, those are special, right, to Windsor High School. So the percent of our ninth graders who are earning 1 or more D or F, that's been a really big focus of ours. Obviously, with the creation of Freshman Seminar, we're hoping to look for some change there, and I'm really happy to say that we've already seen a decrease in that percentage just after our first progress period. Last year, the average of all of the progress periods, the percent of ninth graders who earned 1 or more D or F was about 44%. And this year, when I was just looking at our first grading period, it was down in the 30%. So we've already seen a noticeable difference. I want to definitely credit that to the work that my freshman seminar team is doing. They're an amazing collaboration, and everything that they're putting in place is obviously working. I think part of it is also due to the work that we did with the course, right? And we're not asking our freshmen to have that English, that science, that history, and learn how to be a student, right, all at once. So I think between those two things, we've really noticed that difference. And then the last percent, right, is the percent of our students that are graduating college and career ready. If you look at that compared to our graduation rate, there's a huge gap, and we've got some work to do there, and we've got a lot of great things in place. And so again, I'll speak more to what those look like in a little bit. All right, so if we look at our strategies and what we're working on, something that I really want to highlight is what we're doing to support our multilingual learners. So in the past, we've had, sheltered ELD classes. We haven't really offered the same experience to those students, and we've kind of kept them marginalized and really haven't helped them move forward. And I think what we're doing this year has been a huge shift. So we have something called the EL Core. So it's obviously like our core instruction. So it's science, it's English, and it's history. And so those students are kind of getting that same core experience that the other students on campus are getting. Those teachers are collaborating specifically about what those students' needs are. They're reviewing their RenStar scores, they're reviewing their LPAC scores. And in addition, right, to that core content, they're building in those language acquisition skills. So we're really putting a focus on what it is that those students need. Those students that are in that EL core are our newcomers. And so, it's a blend from 9th all the way to 12th, and we're really making sure that we're meeting those needs through that core work. So those teachers have done a lot of professional development. They've worked with SCO, and it's called the ML Collaborative. We've also built in field trips, so to Sonoma State, to the SRJC this year, and then to the Cal Academy in SF, which is not something that this group of students has really experienced in the past, right? Being in that sheltered ELD class versus the core that they have now. There's so many more experiences that they're exposed to. So I think that's going to have a huge impact on them feeling like they're part of our community, and then, right, that shows in their grades and in their test scores moving forward. And then also, thinking about, the percent of our ninth graders, like I had said, all the work that they're doing in freshman seminars. So skill development, note-taking, time management, goal setting, organization, prompt analysis, and chunking strategies. And then also, I love that they're spending some time in that class. Each individual student, those teachers are looking at what are their needs in their specific classes. They're talking to the English teachers and finding out, hey, what essay is coming up? How can we best support our students as they're working on that? So they're really targeting that time in freshman seminar to make sure that those students are covered in their other classes, and they're doing amazing things. We're setting up a field trip to go to SSU and to have an amazing experience there. So, and then that also kind of bleeds into the work on college and career indicators. So in that freshman seminar class, they're spending some time on what does it mean to be college and career, and what does that look like, and what are your passions, and how do we make an educated decision about about the core that we want to join or the CTE pathway that we want, to be a part of later in life. So we're starting that with our 9th graders. And then our counselors are doing some amazing work when it comes to informing our families and our students on how to be college and career ready, right? It doesn't mean that you take all A through G classes and get the C or better. That's not the only way, right? You can finish a CTE pathway and take a semester of a college course. Now you're considered college and career ready. So really increasing the awareness around what those indicators are. I was having a conversation with the counselors just last week about how we want to specifically look at these students and look at what indicator they're almost going to hit and really focus in on supporting them in that journey of hitting that college and career indicator and really narrowing down on what those supports are. Plus, we're increasing the amount of access that we have to JC courses, right? Because that's part of being college and career. So we've got our CCAP courses, we're bringing those to the campus. Our hybrid core really gives flexibility with students. So if they want to go take that JC course, they can. There's credit by exam for articulation agreements. And then, like I said, really just bolstering that awareness around what it means to be college and career ready. And then I think I probably touched on most of these, but just a couple other things when it comes to Youth Truth that I wanted to share. Especially like with students and with parents, we're going to be sending out some pulse checks to get more specifics on, like for our students, what does it mean for you to be safe on campus? Is that you're aware of what our drills are like, or does that look more like you know how to go report something if you've seen it, right? Like safety means different things to different people. So for us, really honing in on what it means to be safe and then focusing our attention in that area. A couple of things that we're doing is having a school-wide assembly on safety. We're going to be doing a town hall that's hosted by Windsor PD and really informing families about what our safety procedures are. And then my big goal is to do like little mini clips in our video bulletin to just really increase transparency around what it is that we're doing on campus with our policies and our procedures. Last year, SCO had kind of did a deep dive into our Youth Truth on safety, and some of the feedback that we received from students when they did empathy interviews was they want to know what happens if, let's say, they go and report something that they've seen. How is their confidentiality maintained? What are the next steps? How are we following through, and what does that look like? So I think really just increasing that transparency around some of those policies can help our students feel safe. In terms of our staff connecting and thriving, we've got the PLC work, right? We're all diving in on that. And I think leaning on those PLTs and then also our leadership team and really making sure that there's that two-way communication between staff and admin and vice versa. And then lastly, with our families, right? Again, two-way communication is super important. I think a move that we made this year was to limit the communication from teachers to only come from Jupiter or Parent Square. So parents aren't having to look at all of these different platforms to figure out where they're getting this information about their student. And again, sending home a pulse check to families to tell us, what does regular feedback mean to you? Is that a grade? Is that an email from a teacher? Like, what is it that you want us to focus on? And that's where we'll make that shift. But I think feedback is something vastly different than maybe a parent does. So we need to dive in and figure out what that looks like. So that's what we got. All right, Miss West.
I was hoping I was next. I'm not going to lie. I'm excited to be up here. All right, Windsor Middle School. Thanks you guys for coming by today. Sorry about the quick visit. I wanted to show so much more off, but stop by. I'll show you. All right, here we are. So our 3 pillars. Starting off with our students. All students are connected and thriving with our RINSTAR. So we took our baseline in September. Quick notes on our numbers. We took math twice because we realized we took it in August and then CASP allows calculators. So at the last minute, I'm like, here we go. Let's retake the math with calculators because that will be a better predictor of how we're going to do on CASP. So there's our scores, our baseline with our goals. With our students, we asked them through a pulse check or a survey, what goals should we focus on? And they came and landed on, I enjoy coming to school most of the time. And that number was at 39%, so we can do some work with that. Ms. Bryan and I worked with the teachers, and we wanted to pick a second goal around with our students so that they had an adult that they could connect with if they were feeling stressed or if they needed support. That's important to us. On our first professional development day, our teachers came up with the 2 goals. They wanted to work together to improve instructional practices, and I'm going to get into that in a minute. I'm so proud to work at a school where the teachers develop goals around instructional practice and setting high expectations for students. So that went hand in hand with the mission statement that we developed last year. Our school site council. We took about 21 minutes, went through all of Youth Truth, so all of these are related to Youth Truth. And I said, what do you guys think? And they said it comes down to one thing. Would I recommend this school or not? And I said, I love that goal. That's super easy to deal with. And we can, and 70% said yes, but we want to try to get to 80. All right, so our targeted subgroups, our ELs. So the 1%, I just want to throw out there that number is low because our students reclassify and get bumped out. And we got 19 students reclassified last year, so we had some success with that. So I'd like to celebrate that. Our students with disabilities, the numbers are there. Last year, that's our number around suspensions, and we hope to lower that number. And I'm going to speak to some strategies we have to, okay, there's a lot. Okay, let me see here. Strategies around our ELs and math and ELA. The first thing on our PLC journey, we defined our mission statement and our North Star. Our mission statements to prepare kids to be successful in high school and beyond. Our North Star is that all of our students are at grade level. So to do that, our first question in our journey is, what do we want students to learn? So thanks to Annette Zacconi, every single core subject, we're developing curriculum maps, and that we are giving teachers a release day to do that. We also have the need, our teachers are saying we need some more bilingual instructional assistants. Ms. Bryant is coordinated with Minicorps to bring in a volunteer to work with our migrant ed, and that's been great, but we need a little more support, putting in the DO3. I actually have been recruiting this guy. He's great to come in and help our ELs to access the curriculum at grade level. We're using adaptive software. We're implementing ELD instructional practices with our friends at SCO, and Robin Fletcher's been great with that. We're also working with a different group at SCO to help us with small group instruction, so we can really target and do some differentiated support for our kids to catch up and keep up at grade level standards. That was for you, Brian. Catch up and keep up. With our students with disabilities, this year we have something really cool. We have a learning lab available every single period. So if a student needs targeted support or a quiet setting or more individualized help, they can go to a learning lab. So with our schedule this year, our students get 2 electives. So they can, if they need help with a math concept, they can either go directly during math if they need some, a quiet setting, or they could get called out during one of their electives to go have some extra support in that area. So really excited about learning labs. We're just getting the hang of it, and the teachers are just, okay, this is working. We've pivoted a couple times, but we're starting to get in the hang of it. The big thing this year is offering teachers time to collaborate on what they need to do in terms of modifying or creating differentiated assistance for our kids and creating common assessments. But we're doing that in our curriculum maps. And then the next thing to do will be to go horizontally. And because last year we got to do some vertical alignment with the high school, Lydia a little bit, and Brooks, to look and identify our essential standards. But now we need to move across and see how we can support each other. Students with disabilities and our suspensions. I'm super proud that we have our alternative ed setting at the middle school level. We're calling it Building Better Futures. Our students, they can go for 1 period and they can go in and get motivated and make sure they're ready to go for the day. They can go for 2 or 3 periods a day. But this year, we really clapped down on, hey, what are common expectations for everyone? We went into every single social studies class and said, hey, these are our expectations around campus. And our classes all have social contracts. And we're really just trying to have consistent behavior management throughout the year. An alternative to a suspension, we've been really successful with our Saturday schools. In fact, now kids are asking to sign up, so maybe too successful, but that is an alternative too. So around our kids enjoying coming to school most of the time, our teachers have committed to greeting students at the door. It makes me so happy to see when they're high-fiving and checking. It's a great time to greet a student that if they're struggling, they can tell and then shoot us an email. We can come down and support them, and the kids dig it. We're doing social contracts in every class where the teacher and the students are agreeing on how they're going to teach each other or respect each other and act in class. We did safety presentations. JP and I went to every PE class. We did behavior presentations with all the kids. The counselors went out and met, and we did a suicide awareness prevention. So we're getting out where the kids can see us and hear right from us. Our new schedule. Oh my goodness. I know I was bragging about all of our electives, but our 7th and 8th graders are able to take 2 electives, and we have so many to pick from. I'm tempted to rattle them off. I won't. We have a student senate this year where the students are able to have a voice. Every single student has a planner. It's really created an equitable organizational tool and communicate. Actually, it ended up being more of a communication tool for parents, because not every parent has a cell phone. Not every parent has a fancy laptop, but every student has a planner, and we're teaching our kids and our parents that this is how you can have an active role with your students' education, and we're having a lot of success with it. We have so many clubs on campus now. Boys and Girls Clubs is getting involved. We have other outside entities coming in at lunch. We're having lots of dances, spirit weeks, and we have Teddy, our campus dog, which has been great. I just want to give a shout out to our student advisors too, because when we talk about having an adult on campus that the students can connect to, our student advisors, they've been awesome. So we're lucky to have them. I already talked about our release time with our curriculum maps to really develop what we want students to learn. And in that, we're also fleshing out the vocabulary words that we need for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. And that goes into really support our MLLs and our students with disabilities, because then we can front load some of those terms, and kids are coming in and they know what they're supposed to be learning or the words that they're supposed to know. And it really gives kids a head start when we front load them instead of them playing keep up or catch up. I talked about collaborative time. My school sets high expectations for students at the middle school. Besides all of our academic electives, I just want to throw out there that we have Spanish 1 now. We have Spanish for native speakers, honors band and strings, culinary 2, honors math, and honors ELA. So our school, we are working to set high expectations and making sure kids are ready for success at the high school. And the bottom one, when I talk to parents at the school site council, I go, guys, okay, what would make you recommend Windsor Middle School? And they said, well, first of all, the opportunities you've created in your schedule is awesome. We're getting new kids all the time. People are, once they got on campus, I said, okay, are you sure? Because once you come here, you're going to want to send your student, and they do. But they also said that clear communication and transparency. We've been sending out pulse checks. We're inviting, Alicia Lozano does a great job with our ELAC meetings, and that's been a huge success. And just trying to encourage parents to come to our school site councils, coffee with the principal. We're doing Parent Square. We're doing emails and phone calls. Everybody's really stepped it up. Family engagement opportunities, like I said, our ELAC and the surveys we're sending out, and the same with parent voice and feedback. Strong support systems for students, our student advisors, so awesome. Our counseling department and our teachers, we really want to make sure that we're scooping up students in all the subgroups to make sure everybody's supported. You're up, Patricia.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. Here we go. To kind of add to what Lydia already shared about our DRDP, I wanted to highlight a couple of other pieces in regards to our youngest students in TK. When we look at this continuum as far as the DRDP in the responding and exploring, for beginning of year, we're really at Maddie focused as the TK team as a whole on the different areas here, not just through the assessment itself, but through learning opportunities, which I'll highlight a little later, but some really exciting work that's already happening in the TK team within the teachers, and that will be continuing on as it's multi-year learning opportunities. So really looking forward to that December window for our DRDP to see already what students are showing as far as growth, and even more so come spring when we get to see the end of year results. So looking forward to seeing a lot of students moving further over to that purple, as Lydia stated, to either building or integrating, which is considered, integrating earlier is considered kindergarten readiness. That's the target. That's what we're aiming for. For our K through second grade students, we do have RenStar data that is now, I would say, more meaningful and more targeted even than it was a year ago. So I just want to highlight a couple of pieces in regards to why the breakdown between early literacy in K1, for example, and star reading in second grade. Last year, we identified that there was a lot of fluidity and movement between students taking the early literacy in second grade and or the star reading. While both provide us with data, it became clear that second grade is the grade where we need to start being able to predict future performance on CASP, as well as just overall growth that moves in the direction of the standards that come for third grade and CASP. That being said, the RenStar reading is normed and is a true predictor for future performance on CASP, whereas early literacy is just that. It's a measure of early literacy, pre-reading skills, phonological awareness, and a lot of the important building blocks for reading skills to come. But when we're looking at our second graders, right on the cusp of transitioning to Brooks the following year, we wanted to drill down to the data that's most meaningful. Therefore, this is the first year that all second graders participated in the RenStar reading versus some taking the early literacy, some taking the star reading. So we've just drilled down and I think focused now our energy, though we have baselines and clearly improvements to be made, both in reading and in math, we at least are looking at the most meaningful data. And working really hard in all of these areas through instructional practices and other strategies I'll highlight. For staff connected and thriving, the two areas that we are focusing on is having access to meaningful professional development, which came to light through pulse checking with staff, as well as end of year survey at the end of last school year that was really aligning with what the Youth Truth survey data had to say. So it
it was highlighted. It was just, okay, this is where we need to focus our energy, as well as on the employee engagement side, principal-led staff meetings, making efficient use of time and being productive. So I will be saying more about those pieces. As far as our family community and school relationships, taking a deeper dive into receiving regular feedback about child's progress or their child's progress in our school. So for our targeted subgroups, I'm sure this is now pretty, you've almost memorized this slide, right? So you have your multilingual learners, you have your students with disabilities, and here are our breakdowns. One thing that I want to just speak to here is the scores that we're looking at both in early lit and in our Run Star reading for our students with disabilities. Really just blew me out of the water. I went, oh my goodness, there are some things here that we need to dive into a little bit deeper. Start looking at what are the instructional practices, what are the areas that our SPED support staff and teachers are doing, because these numbers are definitely higher than our multilingual learner numbers. So just really wanting to look at the two and understand better this year through PLC work, which I'll say more about, but that being the major vehicle for getting into these focus groups. On to our strategies. For multilingual learners, we have really, and our students with disabilities across the board, these are strategies that just benefit all students. I want to say that, and hopefully that's a major takeaway for us here. While yes, they benefit our targeted subgroups, it's really just what needs to happen for all students. So I almost want to think about that sidebar breakdown with students with disabilities and multilingual learners as actually just saying all students, all Maddie students benefit from these strategies. All the more for our targeted subgroups. So that being said, we have a definite literacy focus from our P3CC work that concluded as far as outside learning opportunities. Now we're really implementing, taking deeper dives into the instructional practices that make the most impact for students, such as phonological awareness, targeted literacy skills. All of that really comes together through small group instruction. So much research out there to tell us that small group instruction is the way that we teach targeted skills to students and see the most growth over time. The same is true in math. Targeted skills instruction and a balance between whole group instruction, but must include small group instruction. Teachers are also, as you've seen the theme already, doing all of our PLC focused work and PLT work. Which feeds into the next section with students with disabilities, really being intentional about creating space and time for teachers, whether they are gen ed or SPED staff, to be able to collaborate. So for the first time this year, when we have our PLT sessions, we have SPED staff members and SPED teachers pressing in to PLTs with grade level teams. So you can have a speech and language pathologist pushing in to first grade PLT time. That is powerful when they're having conversations around their essential standards, or what are the learning targets they're focusing on? What are the common formative assessments that will be built? We now have more that is being brought to the table through both our SPED and our gen ed staff collaborating together. As far as our surveys and the strategies linked to them, I'll say you don't see the yellow, which is student survey data, simply because of the developmental age of our students. They're not going to sit on a device and take a survey. That's not how 4 through 8-year-olds
express their thoughts. So you don't have formal survey data from them. However, we have a lot of work that we are doing, and I can share that at a future time if you want to hear about the things we're doing for students in that way. My focus here is, again, our staff and our family community. You see PLCs all over the place here in terms of that row with green as far as our staff development. Really, it's about intentionally linking our professional developments opportunities and also our outside learning opportunities. Some of them come from SCO, some of them come from outside organizations, like our continuing partnership with P3CC, which is now shifting into a math focus for the next 3 years, which again aligns with what the data is telling us, that we need to take a deep dive into our math instructional practices, into what students need to learn to be able to be math ready as they move on from Maddie. The really powerful piece that's happening is teacher leader opportunities, both through our guiding coalition, our site leadership team, and our P3CC math team. So we have multiple now groups of teachers that are collaborating together around high expectations of learning for students. And the vehicle for that being obviously PLC work. For family community, we are going to really focus on the different parent groups that we have this year, whether it be Site Council, ELAC, PTA, our Coffee with the Principal, and even DLAC, since we've been combining forces, really taking more time to understand what parents need to help them feel more informed. It's one thing to be hit with lots of communication or classroom updates. It's another to feel that you are receiving regular feedback about your child's progress. So it means pulse checking, surveys, having valuable conversations in our meetings that they're built into the agendas for these different parent groups so that we better understand how do they receive, what do they need in order to feel more informed over time and not just rely on our parent-teacher conferences that happen twice a year. Lastly, we are really working on making sure that we have our meetings that are held as well as communications that go out with as much translation services and opportunities as possible that goes beyond Spanish, whether it be American Sign Language, whether it be other languages that need representation, but definitely heavy in our Spanish language representation to just make sure that parents have access to the information, access to information about their students and their learning over time. And I get to hand it over to Brooks.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, everybody wake up. Myself included. I know, a little stretch needed. Yeah, everybody, 60-second stretch. Let's do it. I'm gonna do the flap, the yoga flap. Oh, God. I'm thinking you guys wish you went before us, right? I know, right? Well, it's 7:45 on Thursday night. It's almost the weekend.
Yeah.
All right, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for that stretch.
Yeah, bless you for sitting and listening and caring about what we're doing. I just have to say that this group of blank get at us, because we have given ourselves a name. Get at us means warriors. They're warriors, all of you. I'm humbled and inspired and just so lucky that I get to work alongside you. The work that we do is immeasurable. The amount of care we have is immeasurable. But we're human and we need each other. So I really appreciate the hiring of all these amazing women. Because I've been through a few principals in my 5+ years here as a principal. So let's look at what Brooks is doing. I think of it as the dreamiest age range ever, 8 to 11-year-olds. Here's where our numbers stand at the beginning of the school year. You can see that all of the administrators have set similar goals for the end of the year for Ren Star and Math for 3 to 5% change, but of course we're shooting for higher. For our Youth Truth question for students, Brooks are continuing with the same indicator this year. We're really proud that we increased from 30 to 35% of kids saying, yes, I feel like an important part of my school. But, and while we are about the average of your typical Youth Truth school nationwide, we want that number to grow. So we've set an ambitious goal of 40%, so 5% more kids should, with the strategies that we've selected, and I'll go through those in just a little bit. The staff connected and thriving, we did change our question this year, or our indicator, to My School Sets High Expectations. 68% of our staff indicated that they gave a 4 or 5 that they agree or strongly agree with this statement. And it was a slight drop from last year. And so that's why this one was selected. We're going to put forth intentional efforts to strengthen this belief, because we know that students respond to the adults' beliefs around them. So we're going to use that as our one measure for staff connected and thriving. And then for our family question, we stayed with the same indicator this year because our efforts last year didn't produce any results. So we're back at the drawing table, and we're going to, we have intentions for creating a plan for increasing our families' response to this question about receiving regular feedback. These are the targeted groups. So the groups that on the spring CASP in 2023, these were the groups that were in red. And so on the baseline STAR for our ELLs in ELA and math, as well as our Hispanic students, these are the goals that we've set for those groups. Here's the strategies we're gonna use this year. Our biggest and brightest strategy is that Brooks Elementary teachers meet in professional learning teams once a week in the morning when they're fresh for 40 minutes. This is the second year they're doing these weekly convenings, where last year they were focused on identifying essential standards. They were focused on understanding the way that the state tests the standards so that they could start preparing them well for the interface that they would be interacting with during the test. This year, we're focused on essential standards, taking those and creating learning targets, laying it out on a curriculum map, and making a commitment as a teaching team about what is the most important and what will be taught for the 180 days, including common formative assessments where they check in on how students are doing and then come back to the table and talk about instructional strategies that work. Professional development, our model, we changed our model this year with regards to how we serve English learners. Our beginning newcomer students are still pulled out for a period of time daily to work on language acquisition, but the remainder of our students, the students who score a 2 or a 3 on the LPAC, they now are receiving their designated ELD in their classroom with their teacher. They're no longer being pulled out. They're no longer missing any core instruction. Number 4 on that list is one of the exciting things that we did this year. We remastered on master schedule, and we created an intervention block where we there is no new content taught during that block. That is a intervention-only period of time. The teacher in the classroom delivers designated ELD as well as reading intervention strategies. That is the time that students who receive Tier 2, Tier 3 reading intervention are pulled out. So they're not missing science, they're not missing core instruction. That's a time that's sacred, that can't be changed, and our hope is that, that this will produce some results with regards to creating time for teachers to deliver differentiation and for students to get the help they need without missing content. Math, we're using the same strategies, and in addition, and Paul, you might be happy to hear this one. I met with the student council president yesterday, and he is super excited about developing and creating with us a math fact challenge that goes school-wide for addition and multiplication. And I told him I got money to throw at it. I need your energy and your popularity, because he's a very charismatic, cool kid. So Barron and I are strategizing, and that will be one attempt this year to get kids excited and committed to their own strengthening their skills in math. Something I forgot to put on the slide for you is that our team, this is our first year engaged with the P3CC professional learning community focused on math. So I and one of my third grade teachers are participating this year and bring back strategies and things that support math competencies. In fact, in the next 2 weeks, we'll be doing counting collections with kids, and we'll be practicing our skills and then taking it to all of the teachers. So while the focus is on through third grade, math competencies go all the way to 12th grade. And so we're taking what we're learning and bringing it back to Brooks as a 3rd through 5th grade school. I should have brought some water up here. So we have strategies for how to strengthen belonging. We have new monthly awards happening. Kids are loving it. Teachers are loving it. We have strategies for how to change, to shift culture around high expectations. Our leadership team is going to review our habits of success that are on our report card and develop a plan for kind of systematic use of this school-wide to support the language that we're using with kids around our high expectations. And then the last one I'll highlight is that in order to strengthen family perception and feelings about receiving regular feedback, our leadership and teachers, I've told them this is our charge this year. We need to get together and establish collective goals. What's the most important thing to be communicating and how often? And the way we're going to get there is by surveying our families and finding out what is it that you want to hear from us on a regular basis. Parent Square has helped immensely with our ability to share information, engage them in volunteering, showing them pictures of what their children are doing in the classroom. But we want to focus in on a child's progress, and so our team is going to get to work on that this year. This is the moment you get to ask questions.
All right, with that, I will invite all of our warrior principals up. Oh, that word is not, I am not even going to try. I can barely say Kalmakak. Come out, come out.
Before we get to comments from the board or questions from the board, I'd like to see if there's any public comments first about all of these wonderful presentations that we just had from the principals. Anybody from the public? No? Okay, one.
I wanted to just make a comment. I wanted to throw something out there. It's not really a question, but
I'm sorry, can we had one public comment, I believe.
Oh, yeah,
So if
sorry.
we could get to that first, and then you can go next.
Good evening, Susanna Pfeffer, Windsor High School math teacher. My colleague Emma Donahoe is also here as a math teacher. We looked at some of our results at our meeting this week, and we wanted to share with the school board just a couple of questions that we have that we wanted you to be aware of. We're curious about the Ren Star math diagnostics that we've been giving, because we teach integrated math pathway, and the Ren Star is geared to the traditional pathway, and it doesn't provide us the data that we would like to see. And also that the Ren Star is keyed to grade level, not course. So students that are not in their grade level course are tested on material that they're not learning that year and are not learning targets that year. And also, when teachers go to look for those results, we get the 503 error right now. So I don't know if that, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I just wanted to share that with you. And also, I think when the staff at Windsor High School took the Youth Truth Survey last spring, we actually couldn't put in our site as where we worked. Yeah, so I just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you. Does anybody want to respond to that from our group of principals, or Brian? No? Okay. Okay. Just curious. All right. So next we have Kylie. I believe you had a comment.
I just noticed this. This is like a student perspective, but sometimes I come into school early and I wait in the counselor's office, like if I need to catch up on my reading or something like that. And usually when I come in, it's when the tutoring is going on. And I kind of have taken notice to the environment, and I know that there's like a lot of shame associated to going to the student. Like I've heard people that are struggling in their classes, and they're like, well, I don't want to go because it's with peers, it's embarrassing. And especially because of the environment, it's like dead quiet. It's like crickets in there because not a lot of people attend to those free tutorings, which I think is really sad. But I kind of thought that it would be really cool if we almost pushed a TRF style, which is a tutoring method that we do in AVID, where it's a bunch of students, a group of students with similar problems. So they struggle in the same areas, and they essentially work together to help each other. So it's almost like they're tutoring one another, and it really eliminates that feeling of shame that they don't know what they're doing, because their peers are struggling in the same areas they are. So they almost work together, and it also, I would say, promotes a little bit of some leadership skills too, because you can really see how some students take charge and they're like, okay, well, this is how we're going to attack this problem, et cetera, et cetera.
I love that idea, and I'd love to brainstorm how we can set that up, right? Like, when would be the best times to offer that? Is it in the morning? Is there a block that more students have open, right? That we could set that up and find teacher classrooms that we could house that in. So if it's not in the counseling center, maybe we find another spot. So I'd love to dive into that more. Thank you for that.
Yeah, a lot of upperclassmen in AVID, we go to like Cali and we do TRFs there in classrooms. So even presenting to certain classrooms, doing presentations on what that looks like, I feel like that would be a really good idea just to open the floor.
I love that. Thank you.
And then Zoe, did you have a comment?
I actually have a question. It's sort of just a small question, but for Callie, I'm a little bit curious about the core system. Like, is it similar to the high school's core system, or is it like a new thing?
So these are not courses based on subject or thematic subjects that you do have at the high school. This is more the looking at the data of the students we had based on behaviors, based on special needs, based on English learners, etc., academics, and then putting them in groups that will be moving, or they are moving from class to class, the same group of students, to also create more unity into our students and to create that peer role model and support with the activities that we will do during the core day with them. also to provide more support for our English learners and special ed students with that push-in model to have them in those groups. So it's easy to create those small groups and push in from case managers, etc. So it's different. It's not guided to medicine or athletic or.
Well, is a core day where all like the cores gather together, or where people gather into their individual cores?
They gather at recess and at lunch. They gather all together, and then they have the opportunity as a core to get to know each other better during those days. It's working really well. It's providing more time for teaching strategies to happen in the class, and it is working really well this year. It's first year that we are trying this, so. And the kids also have, we gather the input from them, and they are liking it. They are happy with it too. They can learn and let others learn as well.
Thank you. All right, Rich, do you have a comment?
Just that this month, we found out recently that October is ADHD month. Stephanie and I were at the council meeting last night, and I just want to realize, I just realized tonight that you are the sixth sneakiest educators I know, because you took the one board member who's probably closest to the ADD type issues, and you worked him out for 3 hours before the meeting at all your campuses. You tired me out. So I would sit here for all of your presentations. I didn't ask a question or interrupt or fidget. So I think this is a learning moment that you know that actually does work. So if you have any of my relatives at your schools, just wear them out for 3 hours and he'll listen. So anyhow, we enjoyed this afternoon with you guys, and your presentations were excellent. Thank you very much.
Paul, do you have a question or comment?
I have many, but I'm going. The theme that came up in every one of your, I think every one of your presentations was about PLTs, and having attended Dr. Cruz's presentation, I think that was probably one of the most important things that you all can do at your sites. I just have a question for all of you, or maybe for Brian. Are you getting your 45 minutes a week in?
I think each of you should probably talk.
I would like each of you maybe to address that.
So it's new to all of us, and it takes creativity and having, relationships built with your labor partners. I think as a whole, we would love to have a designated 45 minutes at every site. At our site, we're at 40 minutes, up from 30 minutes last year. We created it by shuffling around our master schedule, and during morning meeting time, which is a focus on social emotional learning, 1 day a week, an entire grade level receives an SEL assembly from the counselors, the dean of students, and student advisor, and any paras assigned to those students. That's kind of how we manage the group of 160 kids in the NPR while the teachers meet. But we're unique in that we started this. It's growing now because everybody understands the value of it. I think because it's new, it's going to take time and some negotiation around how do we create it equally at every site. Right now, we're all just kind of trying to make it work within when we have our teachers. So Brooks is at 40 minutes a week, and I'm seeing a strengthening of teacher relationship and collaboration around what kids are showing us. And that's a flip from gathering as teachers to plan activities and lessons. We've kind of flipped it. Now we're looking at what kids are achieving and what we need to do in our lessons and teaching to meet the need. So, but it can't happen without us giving teachers the time. And I've been really blessed this year that Jeremy asked me to support teams in developing their curriculum mapping. And I know, Paul, you're going to come visit, and anybody else can come visit. But really, there's some magic. And I truly think it's magic. It's when teachers are at the table together that the ideas that form, it's very different than working solo as a teacher and waiting for the next designated time I get to meet with my colleague. Now it's embedded, it's expected, there's admin oversight. I definitely am involved in reviewing and supporting my PLC trained leaders in their work.
I'm going to count that as a yes.
Yes, we meet weekly.
Because it's very close. But no, don't go away yet. Okay. No, because what you talked about were overcoming obstacles into making that happen.
Yeah.
And I think all the sites can get there if they're not
Absolutely.
there yet.
Absolutely.
So, and with your help, because
thank you.
You've done it.
Yeah, it takes time to build culture and trust. And when I went into, when Jeremy brought this work to us, well, first it started with MTSS. That's when we came up with the idea that we needed the time every week. We created the opportunity before we took one PLC training. So the intention was there that we were going to start looking at student achievement together and making plans together.
Well, I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
done. It takes time.
Okay.
I
Stephanie,
think, do you want to know everybody?
Does anybody else want to address that, or where you are in the process, or?
We're just beginning the process.
Okay.
So that's in the time with the net. We're right now with our curriculum maps. What do we want students to learn? And we just got a new bell schedule, and we're going to have to figure out where we're at as a staff. So we're just at kind of beginning stages of it.
And Maddie, I would say we're probably somewhere in between the two schools that you've heard from so far. We do have our weekly cadence of PLT time carved out. As far as time frame, it's still between 30 to 45 minutes, depending on the week. Thus far, we have had, September, we were able to hold 2 45-minute weeks and 2 weeks where it was closer to 30 minutes. This month, we've had 1 and 1. So aiming to have more sessions that grow to 45 minutes as we move forward, but the weekly cadence is there, as well as the essential standards work has already begun and been well underway since the end of last school year. And now it's just about pushing into the next piece of curriculum mapping.
Thank you for that.
So at the high school, it's tricky, right?
Right.
We've got cores.
Departmental.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, we have, teachers that are in cores, and then we also have those same teachers who might, be in a content team as well. So right now where we're starting is the 2 admin CPTs that we have at the site. I've given those to PLTs so that we can get it started. So right now we have 2 45 minutes a month. And we're starting the work there, and we've got some work to do, and how we can work it into our schedule and not take away from prep time, but also, put in an important time for the PLTs.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And at Cali, we do have 75 minutes every other week. And during those Wednesdays that are not are untouchable by us dictating what to do, the teachers at Cali for many years have been meeting every Wednesdays, collaborating with the teams. Now with this journey of PLTs, it's more focused into that creation of formative assessments, learning targets, ICANN statements, the activities, the tier of instruction with vocabulary. And I'm very proud because not even those 2 Wednesdays that I cannot detail as an administrator, they are excited about the work, and they have been collaborating within those Wednesdays without us admin saying it. So it's happening. And at the middle school, I'm really happy of the changes that are happening this year with this work, to the point today we had actually our first release with middle school. We are starting by subject area and PLT by grade 2. We have different type of PLTs at the middle school based on the complexity, but I'm very proud because everybody has agreed by grade level to choose a standard from the career and readiness protocol on reading, listening, speaking, choosing one that is a commonality among the grade level and bringing it down to their subject matter and to their learning targets, trying to hit the same target and bringing that into their activities. That's a big movement and progress at Cali at the middle school. So I'm really proud of them and the work we're doing. So yes, and plus 4 releases through the year that we are having. So it is happening, and it is big, and we are going to see many good changes.
Thank you all. I mean, it's such important work, and I believe in that work. Oh, did you want to say something, Heather? I'm sorry, I put before you.
That's all right, Paul. So last year with all the changes that we were going through at our site, I wasn't able to really get traction on the PLTs, but on the next all-day PD day, we're all going to be working together. And during the team time, I'm really going to set the groundwork and get the foundation going for it so that going forward, we'll be able to use some, they've mentioned that we have at the high school level 75 minutes every other week. So I'll be able to use a significant amount of that time for us to work on our PLTs.
Okay. Again, thank you. I think, again, it's important work. It's hard work, but the payoff is tremendous. So I congratulate all of you for at least getting started or where we are in the process. And Annette, you're the one. You're setting the bar for this.
Are you guys going to come on Monday? I know you're all invited to see her doing her work with, we're doing unit mapping, and so she's working with my site. So if you guys have time on Monday.
What time is that?
All day. We're going to be,
it's the whole day.
It's a release for so it's my site, and Annette's helping guide through this process. So this is kind of the foundation of all the work. So
on my calendar.
Okay, good.
I'll be there.
So I believe Stephanie has a comment.
Yes. First, just congratulations to all of us for being here. Thank you for your presentations. We're doing our best to, I have a few questions, and I know we've all been here for a while, so just thank you for everyone's patience. So first, high school. I had a question about the math data, because when you were talking about it, you said, we have 9th graders that are included, but it's really an 11th grade standard. And then Susanna got up and kind of talked about some discrepancies. So I'm wondering, how are we supposed to look at that as a board? Is there going to be a change in how that's presented, or is there anything that we can do to make it a little bit more meaningful on our end so that, just curious.
Yeah, so we were looking at, breaking it out by grade level. So how are our 9th or 10th, 11th graders doing? And then the more I looked at it, I thought maybe we should look at it by content level, right? Because the way that CASP works, a lot of those standards come from Math 1 and Math 2. And so if we break it out and we look at how are our Math 1 students doing, and are they getting closer, right, to being at or above grade level? And then again, are our Math 2 students getting closer to that? By the time we get to Math 3, right, that's when they're juniors, typically. Those students, we'd want to see a higher percentage of them at or above grade level, because that would be a little bit more reflective of then how they'll perform on CASP. So it's, it's tricky with RenStar, right? And we've reached out to them and we've asked, is there a different comparison? Is there looking at it by grade level and comparing to other students at the same grade level? And
does it does traditional math versus the integrated math? Is that kind of?
So my understanding is that it's based upon standards. Okay. And that when you look at a student's RenStar score, it breaks it down by concepts and procedures. And then it goes into the different, standards that we have. And so you can really drill down on what students are struggling in, right? Whether it's linear functions or whatever it may be.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Yeah, of course.
Can you stay there for a second? I was just curious because I want to add on to your question really quick. is when the students take the test, are they prepared like mentally for how long the test is going to be? Like, for example, is it like something that happens like after lunch or early in the morning or?
So that was one of the main reasons that we shifted to RenStar versus it was iReady that we used before. The RenStar does not take nearly as long. I mean, most of the time we give students the entire block. You know, some students might take longer, some students take shorter, but it's typically supposed to be about 30 to 45 minutes. CASP does take longer, but we warn them a lot more about CASP, and they only do that, you know, as an 11th grader. So RenStar is a lot more doable when it comes to time frame. And then when we schedule our RenStar windows, we actually ask the teachers to kind of sign up for when they're administering RenStar. So our students not doing English and math in the same day, right? We try to be conscientious of that.
Okay, and then did you have something more?
I do.
Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you.
Of course.
Middle school. I don't comment. I think asking the question, would parents recommend the school to others, like that is kind of it. So I just wanted to say, like, snap.
I was so happy. That was like my number one, but of course I'm like, you guys choose, but the whole time I'm like,
yeah, because I think that's kind of it. I mean, I think others take note that, I mean, you want to know that you're getting progress on your child too, but like that snap knowing of just like, are you satisfied or not? Would you tell other people to join you? Like that means a lot. And then the question I had is the greetings, I just was curious, does that happen at just the beginning of the day or every single class? Because I think that's another thing
I was cruising down the D hall, the first one we went down this afternoon. I was there yesterday and the teachers were out greeting kids and giving high fives and saying good morning. And you know, at the beginning of the year, everybody was doing it. There was a dip. We started talking about it. Our student senate came back and said, you know what? We're missing the greeting at the door. So we brought that to leadership and our teachers. We're like, hey, the kids miss it. They want to see it. Let's keep it up. Let's keep going. So it's every period at the beginning.
Okay, really like that. Thanks. And then last thing, I just feel like this has to be said, and I'm someone who takes a lot of ownership over this role. You know, we're all elected, and having been elected twice, like I've gone out, I've been out there, gotten beaten up a little bit. You know, we've taken some punches, some more than others, like from our community. But I think at the end of the day, like we really just care like you about the students. And obviously we're not the subject matter expert. Well, some of us are, but I'm not the subject matter expert. And I really admire the work that you all do. And I wanted to just talk about kind of our focus really as a board, I feel has been on this early literacy. So not to call out anyone in particular because we're all a team, right? We're all a team working together. But I think that's an area where my heart kind of skips a beat a little bit when I see the scores from our littles, because we're worried about kind of them moving into the third grade and beyond. And we're really only preparing a third of our students or half of our students to be successful longer term. And so I just wanted to flag that. I'm a little bit nervous about that still. And I know that in education, like things cycle through, time passes, things change over time. But I think from the board perspective, we really do see like every day, every month, like we don't feel that same kind of like longer term kind of acceptance, I guess. That, I mean, I'm even married to a teacher and he's like, okay, well, next year, you know, I'm going to do it this way. But I think, and I think that's a good thing. You know, it's a long-term career, but I also think that this is just such a priority for us that I just wanted it to be said out loud that like, whatever we can do as a board to support that, whatever we can do to support staff in understanding how important that is as a whole, like, I think we're all committed to that. So don't be mad at me. I don't want to be negative. You did great.
I want to piggyback on.
Okay. I'm sorry, Paul. I think like Rich and I have been waiting. So is it something quick? Is it something quick? Okay, go ahead.
No,
it relates. It
relates to what Stephanie was talking about. Is that we are one district. We have one pot of money to divvy up. But what I'm seeing is that the greatest need right now in the district is our little kids, our littles. And I really feel we need to do whatever we can to support those. If that means having a reading intervention teacher and having some instructional aides push into classrooms, then we need to figure out a way to do it. Because I think all of you up there would agree that this is the foundation, and I'm scared to death with the scores as well, that we're not going to see improvement. I want the district to do everything that they can to support you so that we can have those kids ready to go to Brooks. And that's all I want to say. I just wanted to piggyback on what you
Yeah, no, thank
said.
you, because we were like patiently waiting.
Okay, no, that's fine.
So I have a few points to say, but thank you for that. So the first thing I want to say is that I think originally when we got some of the data of how our kids are doing across, reading and math, I think we were all very disconcerted, and I felt, honestly, from my perspective, I felt like, oh, it feels like a sinking ship, right? It feels like there's a big hole in our ship, right? But now after just hearing all of the work that all of you have done, I'm just really dazzled. And I want to congratulate all of you. I mean, these strategies, they sound really amazing to me. So thank you for the good work. And then I also want to say I want to especially congratulate Big Picture Learning, just because I think when I first came on the board, I was trying to understand, what the model was. And I understand it's changed a lot since I got here. So it's changed a lot in the 3 years. So, congratulations. Also, I know that's been a lot of heavy lifting for you. So, yeah, so I acknowledge that. Then the next thing that I wanted to say is that English is my second language. So I grew up in a Spanish-speaking household. And when I grew up, I was lucky that the preschool that was actually here in Windsor, that they hired a reading intervention specialist, because I used to cry and cry every single day because I couldn't understand anybody, right? And the one person that spoke Spanish in my classroom was the reading intervention person. And it was such a game changer for me, because by the time I got to, I would say 9th grade, I was already reading like at a college level in both languages. So I think I really attribute, all of that to the reading intervention person. So I think that that's so important. So I feel like you all have really come up with so much strategies that connect in so many different ways to many different types of interventions. So I really, really applaud that work. So the next thing I wanted to say is that I think that because I do come from an immigrant family and English is my second language, that I think something that would be really helpful is having a brochure for families that speak in Spanish. So for the parents, because one of the things that I noticed while being on this board is that we talk in so many acronyms and there's so much lingo. And I personally would go crazy if I had just moved here from another country, right? And I'm trying to understand what y'all are saying. So I think just having a brochure with the resources that we have in our district in Spanish, and then also a brochure where we have resources for families that have students with disabilities, is really important, because also if I was a parent that didn't speak English and I'm trying to understand how to help my child that has a disability, I think I would have a hard time with all the acronyms. So something that's in just very simple language that anyone could understand would be amazing. And the other thing that I've noticed too, that I'm very proud of all of you and just our school district in general, is that I noticed there's so much talent for just turning around really large projects and writing grants and getting things done quickly. So I just want to congratulate Danielle for the Wellness Center, because I know that that was funded by many different things, but primarily a grant, right? So I just want to congratulate you for really having that resource. Because I know a lot of the students that have anxiety or depression or just are dealing with a lot, they really go to that as a safe haven. So I really appreciate, the tour that we took today and we got to see it firsthand. So really, really amazing work. And that's all I have.
Okay, I got my second wind. Oh. All right, first off, acronyms. Absolutely right. When I remember first got on the board, I was thinking, we need to write an app so that way everybody knows. You can just type in what they say. They said, something and you type it in, you go like, oh, that's what that means. Except for you'll find out that when you say one acronym, you'll find out that over the last 20 years, they've redefined it 8 different times. So you get to pick which time the acronym meant what it meant to whatever you had. Anyhow, that aside, this has been really, really good. I know you guys all work super hard. And yes, there's been a little bit of things on social media and what have you. And I take it personal, and because I know how hard a lot of people work. And I never hear in the social media comments, notwithstanding the effort and the work that you put in, could we do a little bit better, even still more, right? So I kind of, I know that there are people that work full-time on this nice little part-time gig that we get $200 a month for. So I do get a little personal about it. But on the other hand, we all are part of the same team. And I don't mind a good fight if we're fighting in the right direction. And so like I met with some folks this other week, and you know what? I hated that how we got the genesis of how we got together. But I didn't mind that we got together, because bottom line is we're all here for one reason. We're here for the kids. And we all agree it's what's best for the kids. So I hope that we can start to learn. I think Paul was starting to mention it. I think it was Paul. But if we see something and we've been going down track B, and we have an aha moment and realize, man, we should have been on track D. Don't wait till next year to get to track D. Jump to track D. And then just say, hey, folks, we think track D might be a little bit better way. And what I really kind of want to get to is this. I want us to start thinking about our patterns. Now, Danielle, it's attributed to you, so I'm going to just call you. It was a good thing. So when we changed 30 years of how Windsor High School has done their stuff, and now we have a freshman, it's different. We're doing things different. And I don't know if you guys have these moments where somebody says something, you're like, it's kind of like ice cream, and everyone goes, oh, yes, it's awesome, right? And so when I hear about the freshman thing, I'm like, absolutely. Why have we not been doing it that way for all these years at the high school? And because I've had so many interactions with so many kids who struggled mightily their freshman year, and then their sophomore, junior year, got it and smoked it and doing great. So with that idea of rethinking things, right? Your comment about math and the integrated versus the traditional, it got me thinking. That's why I want to bring it up, so y'all can put it in your minds of this. Just as I would like to have a good fight all together about how are we reading, how are we teaching reading, what is the best way for the kids. I don't care whose ego, who gets credit, I don't care. I just want our kids to get better at reading. What is that methodology? Let's have that good fight. But at the same time, I've been on everybody for at least 20 plus years about our math scores. I'd like to have that same fight about math, because I had an administrator some number of years ago trying to explain to me the thing about the integrated and the whatever. I'd love to have that fight, because I don't know that I'm a believer in the integrated methodology. I remember the person I was talking with, I said, well, look, the way you guys are doing it right now, I would have probably got a D in our integrated math studies versus the way we did it. I think you guys call them cylinders or cyclones or something or other, whatever, the way I supposedly learned. I got an A in geometry and I struggled in algebra. But integrating them together, I would have probably got a D, both of them together. And so I'm really willing to have that fight of us all going forward to see if maybe we need to rethink that as well, of what might be the best. I'm not a professional educator. It's nice having Paul on the board, to be honest, and especially because his area is the littles that his whole career was in. And so, but at the same time, we've got Brian, we've got Jeremy. I feel like right now we've got you guys, we've got a bunch of really good teachers. I think we have the team in place to have that good fight of figuring out what is our best thing. Throw all the stuff on the table and figure it out. And figure it out quick. I mean, have the breakout sessions, do whatever it is that we got to do. I'll bring the snacks, right? And but I just kind of want to, while it's fresh on my mind, and I got my second wind, that I would like you guys to get with the teachers, get with your staff, get with everybody, and let's have that little renaissance moment in Windsor here of what is our best that we can be. What is that high mark? What is the aspirational thing that we can shoot for? I'm all for it. And again, I nobody likes to fight, but that is a fight worth having, and it's a fight all going in the same direction. And I want to hear everything from everybody. And so I just want to end it on that, is that thank you. I know we're doing a lot. I know that we are integrating now. I know that you guys, from the middle school, high school, let's try to integrate all the way through. And it's a work in progress, right? And that we're all going to do it. So I want you guys to know we appreciate the effort. We appreciate you guys' expertise. I appreciate the teachers and their expertise. And so if everybody can start thinking right now, hey, let's have this big thing, whatever it is, and however we do it, I don't know the answer to that, but let's do it. Let's start thinking about it. So that way we can do the best. And so that way the generations that are coming up through Windsor that we have right now, that it's our proudest product that we ever produce. So thank you.
All right. So I think that is all the comments. Yeah. Thank you so much. Guys, thank you.
Thank you.
So I would like to do the staff association report next, and then after that, I think that we all need a little break to just stretch. Yeah. So let's do a staff association report next.
Susanna Pfeffer, WDEA president. Before I jump into my staff report, the union report, I wanted to just give you some feedback I'm hearing from teachers regarding their PLT meetings. They've had a couple of them, and the sense is that we really want to make use of the time, and many teachers don't feel like they know how to work in the group that they've been put in. And that's a place to start. Okay. To speak to what Trustee Ahmad was saying about being a teacher, I don't know that I would have stayed in this career if I didn't get to try it again every year. Not very many professions have that opportunity where you get to start it all over again and look at everything that you did and look for ways to improve, look for things to change, look for things to be creative. And as the students that I've taught over the years have fundamentally changed, and being able to change what I do every year has really made my career very, very enriched. That I didn't realize when I started teaching. I didn't know that that was a piece of it. That was a reward that came later when I looked back and I said, all of my friends from high school and college, they don't get to do this. Their trajectories are quite different, but to be able to revise every year is a really rich reward from teaching. So, my staff report. Since I last spoke with you, I've had the opportunity to hang out at a couple of campuses. I spent several hours at Windsor Middle School, and from what I saw, everybody is having a really, really good year. I hung out in the staff room. There's a ping pong table. There's candy dispensers. They were empty at the time, but someone offered to fill them for me. It's a really nice place. But something that's coming up later in your consent is the personnel assignment order. And I noticed that there are quite a few teachers working in excess of full time. at Windsor Middle School. So I was wondering if maybe Windsor Middle School is understaffed. There's, from what I saw, 11. That's more than 2 FTE. And then similarly at the high school, there's 14 teachers teaching in excess. That's actually almost 3 full-time positions. So are we understaffed at the high school as well, is a question. I'm just asking it. And then I also spent a little bit of time at Maddie Washburn Elementary this week and dropped the survey on the teachers during the staff meeting. And with 37 staff members, we had 31 responses in the 15 minutes that we gave them to take the survey. We're going to compile those results. I'll share it out with Maddie Washburn staff. I'll share it out with Patricia. And then depending on what the response is from them, maybe I'll share it out with you as well. Let's see. I wanted to mention something that came up in the survey because I know that it came up sua sponte. We asked a question that was very open-ended. What else would you like your union to know about? And one of the things that came up that we thought, since Ms. Borland is giving a report tonight on WELL, is that the teachers are experiencing a real challenge with the WELL program because the WELL program rotates through the classrooms of the teachers, and it starts at 3 o'clock. So teachers are limited in being able to prepare for their classes for the following day. And as some of you know, the main prep of a primary teacher is the tear down of materials and equipment and the setup of materials and equipment, which means, that when teachers come in the morning, they have to rush to put everything together for the day as opposed to being able to set it up during really what is their unpaid prep time after school. And the teachers are reporting that the kidlets are leaving the classrooms in disarray. They're creating more wear and tear and sometimes even destruction on the classrooms. And we wanted to make sure that was mentioned. And like I said, this was brought up by the teachers who took the survey. I did not ask that question specifically about that. Or I just asked if there's anything else. So that's all I have for this month. And thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I want to ask if there's any public comment on this item? No? Any comments from the board? No, then let's take a 5-minute break. Just much needed. All right. Yeah. All right. So we'll start with Paul. Do you have a board member report?
Nothing to report.
Yay. Okay. So next we have Zoe.
It's just a little bit about the test scores. Me and Kylie were kind of talking about social emotional learning, which basically means that like students who feel more comfortable in their environment and more connected to their teachers do better academically. And we've been doing a project that like supports it. We sent out a poll. And then we got,
sorry, is your microphone on? Because I'm having trouble hearing you.
Oh, it's not. I think I'm not. Okay.
Yeah, maybe like get a little bit closer.
I got
I can
Can you hear me? Oh, okay. That's better. Okay, I'll just kind of go over it again. So I was talking a little bit about social emotional learning, which kind of just says that if a student feels more comfortable in their learning environment and more like connected to their teacher, they'll do better academically. So I think if like test scores are sort of an issue, again, it's a little bit like idealistic, but I think if teachers were maybe educated more on social emotional learning, I know that they did like a seminar about it. My teacher was talking about it. But I think just making teachers more like accessible to students and maybe a little bit more flexible in their policies. Because I know that I have some teachers that are really nice and really like kind people, but sometimes their policies are a little bit restrictive. So if you don't do well on a test or if you don't understand the material, there's not a lot of space to keep learning or to grow. So I think just like really honing in on social emotional learning, it probably would have been better to talk about when the principals were here. But we're also learning that like if a student feels uncomfortable in their learning environment, their brain like won't process information as well, so they just won't retain the information that they're learning. So I think like Kylie was saying, because their platform is really about like feeling connected socially, it's just really important that people, whether consciously or unconsciously, feel safe and feel like they can talk to their teachers, because it really does promote academics. In the poll that we sent out, a lot of people said that in classes that they enjoy or like they understand, it's because they feel more connected to their teacher, and they usually get like A's in those classes. And then other classes that they may feel more like uncomfortable in, they tend to get lower grades. So I think like the social aspect is just a huge part of academics.
Okay, thank you. Are there other board member reports? Yes, Stephanie?
All right, so I do have a few things. It was a busy month and I want to report back, but I will go through them quickly. So one of the things that we've been focusing on and that I've been focusing on since I've been on the board is building up our relationship with the Native American community. So I attended the first quarterly meeting of our Native American Parent Advisory Committee, which was several weeks ago. And then I've also been working with the Progressive Tribal Alliance to introduce a proclamation designating November as Native American Heritage Month. October is Pomo Honor Month, and this would be a separate proclamation. So I have a draft that is very similar to what the town of Windsor is putting forth, and I will circulate it to the board so you can look at it, provide any input, and then we'll send it. We'll kind of work with the Progressive Tribal Alliance and with Jeremy to finalize it. But I wanted to just share that with you and kind of let you know that was something I'm working on and hoping to get on the agenda for next month. Okay.
Will they be coming to present it as well?
They can be in, I can invite the Progressive Tribal Alliance representatives who kind of brought this to us. I can definitely invite them to our next
That'd be
meeting.
great if they could be invited.
Okay. That sounds good. Good idea. I attended the LCAT meeting, which Brian Williams ran really well. I was kind of fly on the wall just listening, and I just wanted to recognize how good of a job you're doing running those meetings. Then last night, Rich and I went to a town council meeting. There was a parent named Virginia Pucciarelli who reached out to the board and invited us to attend the Town of Windsor proclamation recognizing October as ADHD Awareness Month. And she's been working with Mayor Reynosa on this for about a year, it sounds like. So she was able to talk about ADHD and kind of educate the audience and the town leaders about kind of resources and tools and kind of some of the challenges. And she had some really kind things to say about the school district. Rich and I were both there, and we got the proclamation from the town, and she actually gave it to us to keep as a district, so we can put it, maybe frame it and put it in the DO. So we have that. And then going through my list, I just collect things on my notes app throughout the month, and then I read them all to you. Okay, and then I ran into Heather Cullen, who is a teacher who retired at the end of last year. Actually ran into her at Costco. We were both buying hot dogs, which is the most affordable meal in Sonoma County, as we all know. And so we were just chatting about kind of reading and some of the conversations happening on social media. And she had some recommendations about resources, as she always has things that she's able to offer. So I will share those with you if you're interested. And she also said she's going on a mission for the next couple years, but she said she's available for the next 2 weeks if you need her to come in and do anything. So I wanted to share that as well. So I got an email from Jeff Brandt, who's a Spanish teacher at the high school, or one of the Spanish teachers. And he had an idea that I wanted to share just briefly about lowering the cost of kind of benefits for retirees. And he had the idea of if there could be a stipend option rather than offering a health coverage option, so that people could take the stipend and then maybe buy a lower cost plan or do something different. He said, this is not having anything to do with negotiations. I'm not trying to be part of, bargaining or anything like that. This is just floating an idea for the district to consider and maybe think about that would increase options for retirees potentially, and that could potentially lower our costs. So kind of something he was thinking could be a win-win. And I will forward that. Who's the appropriate person to forward that on to?
Really, that's both of us should have it, so we can.
Okay. I'll send it, and he sent it, and I said I would pass it along. So if it's something that it makes sense to think about, you will both have it. I can't see you, but I will send it to both of you. Okay. And then I think I only have one more thing. My list was long this month. It has been probably one of the busiest months being on the board in recent memory. What was the last thing? Oh, Maestra Aida's classroom smells like sugar cookies. Why don't all our classrooms smell like sugar cookies? I mean, the construction folks were there and they were like, this room always smells like sugar cookies. And I'm like, they love it. Why are we not doing that and funding that?
She has her secrets. Nobody knows what she
Maybe
does.
she's gatekeeping, but I think we need to ungatekeep that secret, because I think it's something that is just magical and should happen more. And it's like probably very low cost, but worth the result. So that's all I have. I'll be back for consent. Until then, signing off.
All right, other reports.
Okay, so my recommendation, Stephanie, would be that when we pass the bond and we redo all the HVAC systems, we suck it right out of the culinary room and pump it into everybody's class. I believe they should start off with oatmeal raisin, I think would be best. So I actually only have one thing that I have to bring up, and that is this. Some of you folks at home and other folks don't know that when I first ran for the school board, I was concerned about being on the school board because I'm in the construction world and sometimes we have a certain language of our own that we don't keep to ourselves, and we might slip on the microphone. So I was so nervous that I had my office manager make this little bottle. So when I got sworn in, it says, I swear, basically, if I swear, I will donate $50 to Heather's music program, because Heather, my friend who's going on a mission, reminded me that I would do a good job as long as I didn't use any of my richisms. So I figured my way of getting out of jail Heather's jail was I would donate money to her program if I slipped. I have been a good boy and I didn't slip. That said, I was at our last town council meeting, and when we were doing our appeal of the planning commission's deal, one of our good friends and partners on the town council, Brother Wall, Mike, actually, he beat me to it and he slipped and dropped one off that everybody heard. And so I'm trying to help him get out of jail with Heather. So I went to the council meeting, brought my little bottle, and Mike, in a really, really good sportsmanlike manner, he dropped $50 into the bottle for Heather's music program. And being a very smart businessman and knowing town politics like he does, he dropped an additional 50 in just to pay in advance, so that way the kids don't suffer. So I, in the spirit of Councilman Wall, I have 200 here that I'm going to drop in because, in all honesty, at that appeal, when I kept hearing the other side say things, I thought dirty thoughts. And so I want to put $200 worth of dirty thought thinking into the bottle, so that way the kids don't suffer in our music program. So there's a total of $300, Jen, for our music program, 2 from me and 1 from Councilmember Wall. If you can let Heather know that even though she's not here, her program lives on. And that's it for my update.
No, Rich, I dropped the F-bomb twice in Jeremy's office.
Oh, come on. Let's the rest of you be a little more honest. There you go.
We're not talking about me.
Here we go, Jen. You know who all the cussers in town are now. There we go.
Wow.
Well done.
We could use it to fund the cookies now.
The
Cookie smell, yes. That's a good idea.
And for the record, I thought Jeremy's office was off. That didn't count. That didn't count.
So I just want to say, I don't know if it's a generational thing, but I personally never ever carry cash because I do everything online. So yeah, so maybe there's another way we could do this.
Well, you probably don't cuss either, so you don't need it.
True. All right, so I don't have anything. I believe that that wraps up our, yeah. So moving on, I believe we also covered principal scorecard report was under all of those presentations, right? Yeah, I'm not sure why that was.
Twice.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that's listed there. Okay, so we're going to move on to item 3.10, which is approval of minutes from September 19th. Is there somebody that would like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from September 19th.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, okay, thank you. And then we're going to now move on to consent action items. And I do want to say that I will have to recuse myself from item 4.4.
Okay.
So
We'll take 4.4 separately. We'll actually we'll take it second. So for consent, we'll do items 4.1 through 4.3, then 4.5 through 4.8, unless there are further recusals.
There's also 4.9, the PAL.
Oh, and 4.9, which I will discuss a little bit, provide a little bit more context on that item.
I do want to say that I do have a comment about 4.2, so I'd like to have that one be.
So why don't we have discussion now on the first tranche, and I'll talk about 4.9 when you're done with your comment.
Okay, great. So
Do you need a motion first, or?
I'll make a motion.
And I'll second it, and then we'll discuss.
okay, all in favor?
Well, no, we have to discuss first.
Oh, discuss first. Okay. All right. So I just had a comment about 4.2.
Okay.
If there's no comment about 4.1. So approval of new courses for Sonoma County Virtual Academy. So my only comment that I had about this is that because my daughter happens to be a hybrid student, so she takes some of her classes online, and at a certain point, she asked me for help with her homework. And I do want to say that, I'm only an expert in my little part of the world, which is Mexican and Latin American history. And I noticed that the module that she took, this was last semester on Mexican and Latin American history, that a lot of the content that was presented was factually wrong. And I feel like this sends a bad message to our students who are Mexican or from Latin America, because it's essentially conveying the message like, this isn't that important. We sort of tacked on this module that is, a lot of it was factually incorrect. So I'm wondering if that could be looked into.
Would it be possible, Malinali, to highlight some of the things? Because we'll submit to the company, because obviously we don't write the curriculum, and we would submit the comments to the company, but it'd be helpful to know exactly what to submit, because if we submit that, I don't know if they'll actually really do a review of their course.
Right.
Would that be possible?
Yeah, is it possible that maybe we can look at, I mean, is it possible to pull up that module from last semester that maybe I could look at again? Because I know what it was, but I don't know how to find it.
Yes, so we can get you the entire scope and sequence for that module. And I can have Ms. Buckman go back in time and figure out what the exact name is and have that pulled for you.
Okay, that'd be fantastic. So that was my only comment about that.
Okay, thank you. So I will talk about item 4.9, just to give a little more context. This is the item that we added at the beginning of the meeting because the contract needs to be approved and there's kind of a need to get this program up and running a little bit sooner. We didn't want to wait till November. So PAL stands for Pause as Loving Support. And volunteers bring social therapy and reading dogs to Cali, along with other schools, hospitals, and libraries. And they've been participating in events and bringing dogs in during different times of the school year. And they've been doing this, I think, starting last year. PAL's Comfort Dog teams are also available and can be called in as needed for stressful and traumatic situations. So that's a little bit more information on that. Are we ready for a vote on 4.1 through 4.3, 4.5 through 4.9? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 And that's not including 4.4, right? Okay, so aye.
Okay, great. And then we'll do 4.4 now. Is there any discussion on this item? I will make a motion.
I'll second. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. You got
Second.
it. Second it.
Okay, sorry. And now we'll do if there's any discussion. No? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and we have one recusal, and we are done with consent.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to item 5.1, which is proposed nonfiction book adoption for Windsor High School English, and this will be presented by Brian Williams.
He's so excited. Come on.
All right. Hey.
This is Josh Allard. He is a English teacher at Windsor High School in the Vineyard Corps, and he will be presenting this item.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for having me. Mr. Williams, Mr. Decker, Ms. Cox. It's nice to put a face to the name, Ms. Cox. I've been teaching for Vineyard Academy for 9 years now. And in the 9 years that I've been teaching for Vineyard Academy, I've learned a lot.
Pull the mic. There you go.
About what does not engage students, right? This was particularly apparent last year in my English class when we were going through The Great Gatsby and Catcher in the Rye, books that I loved learning about in high school. But I have to admit, Holden's story is now 75 years old. Gatsby's story is now 100 years old. And many of my students no longer see themselves in these stories. And I think that's a huge problem with our curriculum at the high school right now, is that our reading list is incredibly outdated and perhaps lacking in some more diverse modern perspectives. And so I feel like I've been searching for like a magic bullet for years about how to engage students with some sort of perfect text that will turn non-readers into readers, because I believe that if a student does become a reader, then their entire education will flow from that point, right? And so I hesitate to call this text a magic bullet, but I think it's the closest I've gotten to that magic bullet in that it's written and published in 2016. It's from a modern author, writing about modern experiences, navigating a poverty-stricken background in South Africa. And yeah, I just think that this book does a lot of things that a lot of the books on our reading list do not. It's nonfiction, and it's a diverse perspective, and it's just an engaging subject matter, and a story that I think our students will see them in much more than some of the stories that we've been teaching them for the past 20 years. That said, I don't actually really think it's that controversial, especially when I compare it to some of the other books that have been recently approved. There isn't really any sexual content in it at all. There's a little bit of swearing, but far less than books like Catcher in the Rye or The Road or Feed, all of which are on the reading list right now. And even its discussion of racism, it's purely in the context of apartheid racism in South Africa. And so there's really no American politics in this book at all. And so when I think about books that typically get parent pushback, I just don't really see this being one of them. And I even piloted it last year with a few of my honor students, and they were so into the book, and they were so bummed that they didn't get to do it as a whole core novel study in the way that we were planning on doing this year. So I just think it's a slam dunk, and I think it accomplishes some of the goals that we've been talking about all year long. Especially, I'm glad to hear that you guys were able to attend Dr. Cruz's presentation, because I think this is sort of one of the many small building blocks towards that, step of engaging a demographic of students that may be the least engaged in our schools, and that is Latino males. And so I have high hopes that this is a book that will sort of make them feel more seen and heard within the curricular landscape of education and English education at the high school. I think that's about it. Thank you.
How long is the book?
It's about 7 hours, according to the audio.
I was going to say, for you. No, how many pages?
300.
Okay.
So board, what we've learned is that you can't read the whole book from when the board packet is published to the board meeting. So we've changed it up so that tonight is only discussion. So you won't be voting, and then we'll bring it back next month under consent. So that way, if you have questions, if you need more information from Mr. Allard, that we can provide it for you. If you want to read the book, the audiobook, I was saying that's the worst part about reading this is the audiobook is so good because Trevor Noah does it himself that it's like almost like a crime to see what I did there.
Yeah.
To not listen to it.
Yeah. Yeah, I highly recommend the audiobook. And I would love for the board to check it out in the next month before you vote. I am sure that you'll love it as much as I have. I've already been sharing it with my co-teachers in Vineyard, and we're all excited about the potentiality of it.
So I'm a big fan of Trevor Noah, already because I'm familiar with his work. So I think that this would be a fantastic ad. But I'm hoping that this is only the beginning of diversifying our literature because, in a school of at least 50%, if not more, of Latino students, why not an actual Latino author or a Latina author?
And this has been an ongoing process of modernizing the curriculum. Quite a few of the books that have been added in the past few years are focused on just that. So we've added, I personally added a couple years ago, Junot Diaz and Gary Soto and Sherman Alexie to the reading list. Not that Sherman Alexie is a Latino author, but a Native American author. So we're working on making the reading list far more diverse.
Some Latino authors as well too, because
Sandra Cisneros,
one thing I've always said is that, my daughter who goes to the high school, she's a senior this year. And in her entire career at the high school, she's never had not one Latino author assigned to her in English.
And that needs to change.
So that needs to change. So thank you. Any other comments?
Yeah. I just wanted to say thank you for sticking around because it's late and I appreciate you staying for this. When you started your presentation, it reminded me that I bought this audiobook because it was recommended by a friend. So now it's a good reminder to listen to it finally because I've heard great things about it. So I'm sure the students will love it and some of them will probably listen to the audiobook too.
Yeah.
In addition to reading it, of course.
We plan on playing it in class.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
You have a comment?
Just 7 hours. I'm thinking I'm leaving at 3:30 this morning to drive to Las Vegas with a bunch of wrestlers. So I'm figuring on the way down there and on the way back, I'm probably going to be able to get this thing in because they will be knocked out and I'll be able to listen to this. So how do I get it?
Sign up for a free account on Audible. They have a free trial. I think you get like 3 free Audible books.
And, okay, cool. I do appreciate that the book is uncontroversial in the graphical areas. Yeah, I know that one of the books that we talked about last year, I wasn't a fan, not of the book. I just was not a fan of the mature level or the mature content level at the age. And so, and the reason why I like this is the more books like this that we purchase, book people are business folks, right? Then they say, hey, these guys want content like this, and they'll produce and sponsor more of it. So I like the fact that we're going to sponsor more good stuff that is good stuff for our kids. So, and we can spread it all out however we need to the different folks that we want to have. Anyhow, thank you.
Yeah, well, this book is mostly, a lot of the later chapters are about his experiences as a 16 and 17-year-old high school student. And so, I mean, it's just such a perfect connection for my 16 and 17-year-old juniors and seniors. So
great.
I also want to say right now there's a Latino renaissance of young Latino authors, that are publishing in the U.S. Because, I think that this book, once again, is fantastic and I'm a huge fan, but he's not like US based. So I think even looking for US based Latino authors would be a big win for our students feeling like they're connected, to, these larger stories, right? So I think that that's really important.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Malinali, one thing that we could consider is the school doesn't necessarily have to say, hey, we want to do this book. If there was a collection of books that you were interested in and passionate about, we could get them adopted. And then that way, once, then the high school would already know that they're available and then, could already have access to them. So if there's something like that we could start working on right now, I can put all the materials together.
Yeah, I'm happy to send you a list. And also, I think a fantastic opportunity that I could see in the future is that if they're starting to read Latino literature at the high school level, that there would be a connection or a possibility to do a collaboration with Sonoma State with, professors that teach literature there. I think that there could be a fantastic collaboration to do something bigger. But thank you so much also for waiting around. So I appreciate you. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm happy to send you a list and maybe there's a opportunity for a bigger collaboration with Sonoma State.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Number 2.
So we are moving along to 5.2, which is the Williams quarterly report. Just when you thought you were done.
Austin tonight, so this is my show. This is the one where we get to take a minute of silence and wait if there's any public comment. If you see on the attachment, there are no Williams complaints this quarter.
What about Jamie Williams?
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to open it up at 9:16 and see if there's any comments on this Williams report. And I guess we'll have to wait a minute. Okay, so closing at 9:17. All right. So now up next is 5.3. Is this presented by you, Jeremy?
I think this is a public hearing.
It's a donation.
So I have a question in the item. In the item number, it's talking about a Christmas tree grove, but in the actual description, it's a brick in the Windsor Military Memorial. Which one is it? Okay.
Oh.
So sorry. My laptop's
Oh.
This is.
And is this something we need to vote on, the donation?
It looks like, it says it's a brick.
Oh.
Hold on, you gotta go back. Resolution.
Oh, the public hearing?
Oh.
Finish that.
For the
you're right,
Williams.
you're right.
Okay.
In the language, you would say resolution 2025-02.
Okay. 2025-02. And is this a roll call vote? Okay.
So you got to make,
Okay, so-
I'll make a motion that we approve the resolution 2025-08.
I will second.
Isn't that what it says right there?
No, it's 08.
I'm
Oh,
nice, 08.
all right.
Looking at
02 on the item.
Yeah. Resolution 2025-08, Williams Corley, July to September 2024. All right, good.
I think you have the wrong number.
Do I have the, I'm just reading it off the.
I'm seeing the same thing that Rich is seeing.
Yeah,
Okay.
the actual item is going to need to be updated.
Okay.
So we'll have to update that to 08.
The resolution number is correct, and it's
Okay.
correct in what I've got to get signed.
Okay.
I think it was the last time we did it.
It got uploaded.
You've just used the same thing, I think, and that was 02
Well,
for the last quarter, I think. is
let's
what it
approve 08 and we'll make sure any paperwork reflects 08.
Okay, so the motion has been made and then,
was. Sorry, who seconded it?
is there a
It's not,
second?
do you second it?
You second and then you roll call.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. And then this is a roll call vote.
Malinali Lopez,
Yes.
Stephanie Ahmad,
Yes.
Paul Cagorno,
Yes.
Rich Carnation,
Yes.
Bill Adams is absent.
Okay, so now we're back to number 53.
Okay. And then now we're going to be doing 5.3, which is a consideration of approval of a donation for a Christmas tree.
This says my name, but obviously I didn't put this on. So Jen, I'm going to ask, in terms of the donation, what do we normally donate for the Christmas tree?
So apparently in the past, so this is the one that we go and decorate. My microphone. The We Foundation have always sponsored us to get that Christmas tree. And for some reason, I don't know why that hasn't happened this year. So we had to do our own. And the only way we can buy our own Christmas tree, or you guys can buy your own Christmas tree and support the Grove, is if we do it as a donation. So when I spoke to Austin about it, he said we needed to put it on the agenda for you to approve as a donation.
Do we know the amount?
Oh, it's $100 something.
$300? Did you have like $300?
Different donation.
That's for the nice cookie snap.
We just got to call it the certain tree and you'll get more money for it.
The money tree.
So we're need a motion on this?
You're just voting yes to say that you approve.
Oh,
that
I see.
You, as a board, although it's paid for, you're not.
Okay.
I don't mean to be a sticky whatever. I would rather just donate the money than use public money for the tree.
Yeah.
I know it's a silly, funny thing for me, but I would rather just donate the $100 or whatever it is, $125, and I don't want to use school money to do it.
Then let's not take action on this.
If you guys are okay. If you guys feel differently, that's
No.
okay. I mean, I'm
No, it's
good with.
appreciated, Rich.
We would just donate it personally. I mean, I'm good. I'll donate, and if anybody else wants to chip in, that's cool too. I just don't want to use, even though it's a little bit, it's still, for me, it's still kind of it's the theme.
Understood. Appreciate it.
I like to try to keep those funds sacred,
Yes, sir.
so to speak.
Thank you, Rich.
So let's table this item then.
Okay.
You table it or we just don't do it?
Cancel it.
What
does that mean?
Let's just table it. I think tabling it's easier. I don't think we need to vote it down necessarily.
Got it, okay.
All right, so then let's just move on to 5.4, consideration of approval of updated UCP. And is this going to be,
This is me. I'll do it. There's not, all of these board policies that we're bringing to you right now are not truly massive updates that we're doing internally as a Windsor Unified School District. These are simply making sure that we're in compliance with any new laws that have come forward. So really all this is telling us is that the UCP, which is Uniform Complaint Procedures, are now going to apply to the bullet pointed list as well as what they already applied to. So for instructional materials and curriculum, diversity, and in addition, Williams complaints are now subject to the UCP, and under the Williams complaints, the following instructional materials: emergency or urgent facilities conditions that pose a threat to health and safety, and teacher vacancy or misassignments. So it's very straightforward.
and do we need to take any action on this?
Yes, please. And if it was a different kind where we were really modifying our own policy, I'd have you two touch it, but this is really just kind of an update in language.
I'll move to approve the updated UCP.
And I'll second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great.
The next one you will not take action on because this one is a difference and we could. It's up to you guys. It's a pretty simple one.
Okay, so let's hear it. It's a revision of the independent study policy.
So the recent change in the law now says that short-term independent study is defined as anything less than 16 days. So what this does is it strikes the phrase, the minimum period of time for any independent study option shall be 5 consecutive school days, with the exception of dependent charter schools operating within the district. The reason why this is important is that we can now count one day as an independent study day, and we can now do it retroactively, meaning that if a child was absent on Monday, we could send work home for that day on Tuesday, along with a sheet that we call a master agreement, and we could actually go back and recount that as an independent study day, recoup that ADA, instead of having it count as an absence. So this is just step one in a multi-faceted 90-day plan where we're going to completely revamp the way we do attendance, and you'll get a much more in-depth presentation in the future.
Great.
You know, this is potentially will make a big difference.
Game changer.
That's what it's blowing my mind because for years, you know, teaching, you had to have a kid out 5 days before you could do this. Now we're talking about every day. This is a game changer.
Game changer. So the hope is that we can take our attendance rate from 94.5 to 98. That's the hope. This is the start. So this would allow us.
Yeah.
And where you're going to get a more in depth. So I don't want to ruin the fun when you get that, but this is really the start so that we can practice, if you will. We can start doing this. We don't have all the positions in place that are going to be necessary to really manage this project or process, but this will allow us to start doing it right away.
And so you're coming back in November to report further on this? Is this what's happening?
When did we decide, Brian?
No, he said no.
Well, you can take action if you want to take action on this. It would
Rather wait to have more information. Yeah,
Okay.
I'd like to have more information on this.
So the question that I have is in what you're going to bring to us, you were talking about, well, one, are we able to retroactive? When does this take effect?
Well, it doesn't take effect until you pass the board policy.
So I want to pass it tonight and let's refine how we're going to do it. So that way we can start collecting on this. I'm sorry, that might sound insensitive. I would like to enact it tonight, let you guys work your way through it. That is how we're going to find the little bumps and things that we will need to modify a little bit, knowing it's not perfect. But if we wait a month, that could be
It's a month loss.
a month loss of education that the kids can pick up. So, and the truth of the matter is, like anything else, you're not going to hit it perfect right out of the get-go. So let's just get started.
Yeah, and we know that. So I think we'll make sure, let's bring a presentation next month. Brian, we have one. We've already gone through our own.
Yeah,
right?
I personally, I would really like to hear the information because I'd like to hear like what impact this will have on the students.
Well, here's
think
what I
there's
would.
two different things.
It's two different things. I agree. So this board policy is as simple as just taking away the 5-day minimum. That's all it's doing.
Yeah, that's
so
what
I don't think it's a controversial one in any way. The overall plan requires a lot more discussion, but that's not what you're approving tonight. It's really just the board policy. That's all it is tonight, and that it allows us to start moving.
And something else that's important to note is that Cali as a charter school never had a 5-day policy. I believe they always had a 1-day policy. So our kids who went to Cali already had this in place.
Is that true?
That's true, but what they didn't have was the ability to do it retroactively.
Okay. True. So
got it.
Yeah.
So what does that do? That's the part I don't understand. Like when you do that retroactively, what does that mean for the student? I know what it means for us financially, but for the student, what does that mean?
Meaning that it's now financially beneficial for the district to make sure that kid gets extra support at home if they miss days. So it's no longer just like, oh, go check the homework basket and see if you missed anything. It's let's prepare a packet of standards-based instruction that counts as a full day of independent study, send that home for the child. We talked about incorporating it with Jessica's Well program and having kids working on it after school. If they're at a Saturday school for full days, maybe they can make up multiple days of absences through doing the different sets of work. So it really will be expansive, but the benefit is that kids will be getting more instruction. The other benefit is the district can recoup ADA.
I guess my concern would be like, let's say the child is sick. If the child is sick, and now will they feel this pressure to make up all this work if they come back?
Yes.
But they missed the work, so they need to make it up. So what this does is it makes sure that they have an opportunity to make it up. And so kids are not just falling through the cracks and getting further and further behind, particularly if they have chronic illnesses or having to take care of siblings, or there's lots of reasons. So this just helps us, one, fund the structure to be able to build that safety net, because we can recoup ADA to build that safety net. And then it also incentivizes us to come up with innovative ways to provide standard-based, on-topic instruction for them.
And on top of that, just like one of our student trustees were talking about earlier about how sometimes there's not opportunities for the kids to make up certain things, this actually will help them to be able to make up the things that they missed. So I would expect from this program that this is like a gigantic win all the way around, that the kids are going to get that extra work. They're not going to be stigmatized by not having it done. They have an opportunity to no longer feel left behind and this stuff. So there's a mechanism for them to catch up.
Okay.
And with this funding, we should be able to have the extra source of revenue needed to also administer this properly on everything from capture to the education part and the
Yes.
I see this as
Going to
just
require
a gigantic
positions.
win all the way around.
It'll require a lot. So that's what you'll get from us. We're at the table with CSEA. Was it yesterday? I can't keep track of days anymore.
Tuesday.
No, it was not yesterday. It was Tuesday. Tuesday, negotiating modifications to current job descriptions to make sure it's reflective of what we're trying to accomplish, the creation of a new position. So there's a lot of work that's going into this. It's just tonight we wanted to get ahead and start.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'd like to make a motion that we strike the 5-day language, so that way we can proceed with implementing this.
Second.
Is that a second?
Second.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you,
Okay,
guys.
so up next is 5.6, well, after-school program update.
All right, Jessica. Suck it out.
The winner.
Thank you for being so patient and waiting.
She just wanted that clicker.
Hi. So unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to come and give you guys a report last year about well. So there's some data in here that's reflective of what happened last year, and then give you guys a little bit of an update for this year. So where I wanted to start was kind of talking to you guys about like the department that has been created to oversee the different programs that we have going on. So there's two distinct programs that are kind of part of my department. It's the California State Preschool Program and our Before and After School Program, which is partially funded by a requirement from the state to serve our unduplicated students with a 9-hour day. So that's the ELOP program, and we do get some state funding for that. The ELOP program, the funding is based off of our unduplicated student count and our percentage. The state preschool is actually a grant that we reapply for every year to fund the next year. So the department staff has grown beyond me and my secretary. We now have a coordinator for both the preschool and the ELOP program, and they really are able to get a little bit more boots on the ground with our site coordinators and help facilitate some of the compliance for both of those programs. Our coordinator for CSPP is not yet hired. I do have a really wonderful candidate that we just offered the job to, so I'm hopeful she'll be on board soon. I have a secretary 3. We have a budget analyst that's amazing at helping us with our funding, managing parent payments, just supporting the staff with their needs. And then we also have 2 secretary ones. Olivia is housed at Maddie Washburn, but she also supports Brooks and the enrollments in our before and after school program over at Brooks. And then Maria is housed at Cali. So the parents at Maddie and Cali kind of have a front door person that they can address questions and stuff to with our secretary ones. So here's a little bit about the WELL program, which is our ELOP before and after school program. So our program offerings, we offer before school. We used to open at 7 a.m. And all of the campuses, our before school staff are also our TK aides, except Brooks. We've got one person who's a para, and she works for us for before school for about an hour, and then she goes into her para classroom. But that before school session from like 7 a.m. to about 7:45 or 8 o'clock, they care for just the well kids, and then they help do yard duty and support incoming kids that are getting dropped off. And then we do after school care. So as soon as the school day ends, we pick the kids up in different sections throughout the school day, and we keep them until 6 p.m. And then we do non-instructional days. Obviously, we're closed all federal holidays, but any teacher work days, emergency days, anything like that, we're open and we offer services. We are closed for about a week during winter break, just so that everybody has a chance to, go home and be with their family. But we're open to all of spring break and part of winter break. And the first couple of days of Thanksgiving break too. And then last year we did 8 weeks of summer camps. I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to do 8 weeks again, because it was really hard with the turnover from the school year to the summer camps and then back to the school year. So I'm probably advocating for about 7 weeks this year for this upcoming summer. For our well staff at Maddie, we've got a site coordinator. She's, kind of manages who's enrolled in every group, helps train the staff, sets up any of the ordering that we need or anything like that. And we have an assistant coordinator that also helps step into classrooms and stuff like that if we are down staff. I have 8 morning program IAs, which are actually also our TK aides. So there are staff that start at 7 or 8 a.m. They go into a TK classroom and then they come back to us for about an hour and a half to 2 hours at the end of the day. And then our afternoon program IAs start out in a kindergarten classroom. Then they go into doing some yard duty, and then they come and do after school care for us. So we have about 8 of those. And then our after school program IAs only do after school care. And often these are our Sonoma State students, our SRJC students, folks that have other things going on, pursuing education, and they really just want a part-time job. And then Maddie's got 5 high school students. 3 of them are workability students, and we're really excited to work with the high school and offer some workability spaces. And we love our workability students coming in and helping us out. We actually hired one of them that was a senior last year, and now she's one of our after-school program IAs. Our Cali staff, we've got 1 site coordinator, 1 assistant coordinator. We've got 5 TK morning staff that then go into TK classrooms, and 6 afternoon staff that go into our kindergarten classrooms. And over on this campus, we've got 6 program IAs and 3 high school students. The high school students that we have here, we're actually attending Cali as kindergarten through 8th grade students, and so they're coming back to us, really wanting to give back to the littles for after school care and have a job. It's always nice to have a job in high school. And then our Brooks staff, Brooks is a much smaller campus. We don't have as much need over there. So I only have a site coordinator. There wasn't a need to have an assistant site coordinator there. I have the 1 program IA, which is she's really only doing an hour for us. And like I said, she goes into a para classroom. And then our 3 afternoon program IAs actually are part of the Brooks campus, similar to how they are on Cali's campus and Maddie's campus, and they go in and help with some intervention in the classrooms. And then they do some yard duty, and so they're really a big part of the Brooks campus, and we were really happy that we could hire them and have them be aides because Brooks didn't have a lot of aides to help with stuff like that. We don't typically have aides in those grade levels. And then I just have one person that does, our 1 to 6 shift that's only after school. And I have one high school student over there. Here's our regular schedule. So, we do morning gathering, and then we kind of push into the yards, go into school, school day. We pick up the children right after school. And then we do what we call a supper. It's a really big, secondary lunch, just so the kids' bellies are full and, they can have a good afternoon. The Maddie campus and the Cali campus, that's about 2:30 every single day. And then because Brooks gets out a little bit later, they have their supper, I think it's at 3:30. All of the programs have an academic time. Even our TKers have, a structured reading, enrichment time, and it's about 45 minutes on all of the campuses. We've got some TKers right here doing a project. And after we do our academic time, we, kind of get our wiggles out. We do some outside time. Sometimes we'll do a little bit of choice. Sometimes not all of our kids want to go outside. They're tired, especially our littles. So we try and give them an opportunity to go outside. And then we do a snack around 4:30. We do a smaller snack. It's normally like crackers and some milk or, some cheese and crackers, but something a little bit smaller to kind of tide them over until they get picked up because some of our kiddos are there until 6 p.m. And then after our snack, we do a lot more student choice. So there's a lot of choices, and this is where we start kind of combining our groups. Some of my earlier staff, like our kindergarten aides, they leave at 5. So starting between 5 and 6 p.m., we mix a lot of the age groups, and there's a lot of choice in what students want to do. And then, it's pick up at 6 p.m. These are the students that we're currently serving. So Maddie Washburn's got 169 students. We did have one disenroll this year. Cali, we're at 138 and 4 students disenrolled. The Cali students that disenrolled, some of them were our TK Kinder families that decided that Cali wasn't a good fit for them or they moved. And then Brooks, we're at 63, which is about 20-something students more than last year. So we've got a total of 370 for both before and after school care. And then last summer, we served 170 kids during summer camps. Here's a breakdown of our enrollment. So the 24 numbers are our enrollment for the year. And so that's probably our 25 numbers are probably going to grow and fluctuate because we have students that enroll during the year or disenroll. So that's part of the reason I think Maddie's a little bit lower right now is because, we still have students enrolling. Like I think we have 2 students starting next week over at on Maddie's campus that are not reflected in these graphs. But we've definitely grown for Cali. We added a couple more groups for Cali. We've been kind of doing a slow rollout for our enrollment at Cali because the Cali also has the Boys and Girls Club. And so we started out our first year doing just TK and Kinder. And then our second year we did first grade, TK through first grade. And then this year we're doing second grade. So we're kind of growing with some of our kids. At this point, we're going to keep our partnership with Boys and Girls Club, and they're going to hold slots for our second graders to go into Boys and Girls Club for third. And part of the thought of, maintaining that partnership is that if we are both serving all grade levels, then we're competing for space on the campus. And we want to both be able to kind of specialize in the areas that we're in. Boys and Girls Club does some amazing things with the older kids, and we do a lot of the activities and the social emotional needs of some of the littles. The Boys and Girls Club at Cali does not take TK or Kinder at all. And they just have a small number of first and second graders. And then Brooks, we grew quite a bit. And I think part of the reason we grew at Brooks is because we're going into our third year. The first year that we operated we did not have any students at Brooks. And so last year we had our third graders that moved over and that were, second graders our first year at Maddie. And then this year we have our third and fourth graders that were former Maddie Well students. And so I anticipate next year we're gonna grow again because we're, kind of bringing our kids with us as they, age up in grades. Here's our breakdown for our grade levels. So you can see that TK, we've got about 69 students. Kinder's our largest service right now at 25% of our population is kindergarten students. First and second, about 19%. You see that for Cali, we have very few third, fourth, and fifth graders. Those third, fourth, and fifth graders are only our morning care. Boys and Girls Club doesn't offer a 7 a.m. drop-off, and so we felt that, some families need that, and so we opened it up to older kids to be able to come for just morning care if families needed that. I don't think I'm going to grow a lot in third, fourth, or fifth for Cali. I think I'm going to let the Boys and Girls Club just continue serving them. And we also have a partnership with the Brooks House Boys and Girls Club. So we've got 50 slots over there to serve some of our fifth and sixth graders. And then we have 100 slots at Cali. So up to 100 of our third through fifth graders could be funded through the ELOP program, and their services could come from the Boys and Girls Club. So here is our students enrolled by type. I know that one of our big goals as a district was to be able to serve our staff. And so we have about 7 after-school kids at Maddie, 20 at Cali. Amazingly, Cali is where lots of our staff end up bringing their children. And then about 4 at Brooks. Our ELOP numbers, so I want to point out that our ELOP numbers, our unduplicated students, are actually showing up in our 4Cs and our other subsidy. And that other subsidy, we've got 2 other subsidies that we accept. We have one child that's through Human Services or I can't remember what it's called, but welfare reform childcare. And then the other students, the other 3 are through, there's a new Indian Health initiative that actually pays for childcare. And so we have, I think it's called CRIB. We have 3 of our students funded through CRIB, and we just got another contract. So we might get a 4th student that's funded through, the Native American Alliance here in California. So those 3 categories kind of make up our ELOP or our reduced fee students. That is that requirement of serving the 9-hour day. And then we have a 57% of our kiddos that are private pay, that are families that don't qualify in any of those categories, and they're paying for the service. So here is our numbers kind of compared to last year in all of those categories. We do have less Windsor Unified School District children this year that are enrolled in the before and after school program, but we have quite a bit more that are in our preschool. We've got a lot of preschool students that are teaching staff. And then here's our funding numbers so far this year. There's a good portion of this is funding from our summer camps that was actually recuperated at this the second half of our summer camps. But this is a pretty decent amount of income that we're bringing into the district. Serving our fee-paying families and being able to accept 4Cs. So here is, I talked a little bit about the ELOP funding. One of the things about the ELOP funding is that we don't get the highest amount of funding per student, and every year since the year they began in 22-23, they've actually reduced the amount that they are offering per unduplicated student. I think the first year between 22-23 and 23-24, it was roughly $250 that they reduced per child. And then the amount between 23-24 and 24-25, they reduced it another, I think it's $215 per student. So that's part of the reason you can see the decline. They also, you notice that Cali's funding was larger in 22-23. They originally were funding the higher rate if your unduplicated count was at 60%. And then they changed that for the 23-24 school year. They changed that to 75%. And our unduplicated numbers are not at 75% for the district or for our charter school. So that's kind of unfortunate that they've reduced some of the funding that they're offering us. But we're working with what we have. And definitely the fee-paying families help subsidize some of the cost of running the programs.
Can I interject, Jessica? Because I think that's an important point you just made. So some people have said, well, if they keep reducing the funding, if they cut the funding or whatever they do, what are you going to do? Are you going to have to shut down or can you function? And no, it just means that the fee payer families' rates probably increase because right now they're super low. What do our fee payers pay?
So our after-school only children pay $250 a month for every day after school. If you want what we call Well Plus, which includes all those non-instructional days, you're at $320 a month. So that includes 15, full days of care. And then our summer rates were at $225 last summer. So they're pretty decent. And compared to the Boys and Girls Club for summer camps, theirs were running closer to $300 per week. I tried really hard to keep fees low. I do think with the cutback in state funding, we're definitely going to have to bring our fees up a little bit next school year.
But the goal is to pay for our program, not make this a moneymaker like a private industry, right? That's not what we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah. So these are some of the activities that they do. We've been doing a lot of getting ready for fall and Halloween. So these activities right here are the bottom ones were all Cali. The ghosts are Cali. The middle picture, they're doing some runs at Brooks in their outdoor area. And then the top picture on the left side, my left, is one of our high school students reading to Maddie Washburn students. Here's a few more activities. So kids playing in the sandbox. They love the sandbox when they're littles. The picture of the child, which is actually that's my grandson, Grayson. They were doing an egg drop. So one of the things that Brooks did for one of their camps was that they did an egg drop. So the kids, got an opportunity to package up their eggs and see if they survived. And then the middle picture is just our supper, the kids after school getting some food. The top right picture is another picture of an egg drop packaging. And then the bottom right picture is kids making some food over at Maddie. So I think that the staff do a really wonderful job. There's a lot of good enrichment activities that happen during the WELL program. And then questions for this.
Any questions?
No, it's good.
Do you want to, if there's no questions or comments?
I'll make a comment just because this is something that's so important to me. I'll just say thank you for all of the good work that you've done. It's just so exciting to see this. When my kids started school, I've talked about this before. I didn't realize that there was a huge waiting list for before and after school care. I needed it. I couldn't get it. It was super stressful, as a working parent. And it's just crazy what we expect parents to do generally in society these days. And just to see how far it's come since that time and that there's no waiting list, staff are prioritized, which I'm married to a staff member. So that would have been helpful, but it's and this used to be a topic of discussion on social media of people at the beginning of the year, oh, this is, and it's not anymore because it's working. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Makes me very happy.
And I did, this is not on my slide, but I did want to comment. We do only have classrooms over at Brooks. We do push into teachers' classrooms at Maddie and Callie, and we do our best to, be kind to the teachers. And, we've got a list of rules of, how we want the classroom to be when we arrive and how we plan on leaving it when we leave. I know that's been a little bit of a challenge. One of the requirements of ELOP is that we do have to offer a 9-hour day to all unduplicated students. We're not there yet. Theoretically, we should be serving more kids. We should be serving roughly 50% of our student body in TK through 6th grade. We probably will be growing over the years to try and meet that requirement.
Does that mean you're when you say that you're not serving them, does it mean that they're not able to get a spot, or that they just haven't signed up?
They haven't signed up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like those are different things.
Yeah. We it's an offer. And we have lots of ideas, trying to get everything off the ground. I'd like to bring in some more enrichment stuff, possibly have, cooking where we have scholarships for kids, for an outside agency to come in and provide a service. And then part of our offer is that they can sign up for that and have a scholarship or a homework time or something like that. I don't think I'll ever have the space to serve all of them. And I don't think all of them necessarily need that after school enrichment, but we should be serving more kids.
And Jessica, by serving, it's at least one day.
One day in the calendar year is my required service.
So like a specialty camp could be providing those services. It doesn't mean they have to sign up for the full year.
Yes. Sorry.
Totally good idea.
Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you for that presentation. So we're just going to keep you up there because up next is 5.7, which is WUSD California State Preschool Update.
Yes. So I'm super excited. We've grown our preschool only classrooms this year. On the front of our presentation, we actually have a staff member and her child on the opening day at Callie's preschool. So what California State Preschool Program is that it is a grant that the district signs, reapplies for every single year. But it's part of the UPK mixed delivery that the state has rolled out. And I put this up here just so you guys can kind of see all of the things that fall into UPK. And the state preschool, expanded learning, which is that ELOP program, and TK are kind of all in the same bubble of serving our younger children. So this is kind of where the state's done a big push on early learning, and the state preschool is part of that push. So as far as what our district is receiving for funding, is we get roughly $3.2 million per year. And if I were to serve only gen ed kids, that might come out to up to 240 slots. But the way that they fund our slots depends on the child. So if they have an IEP, they get funded a little bit higher. If they're ELD, they get funded a little bit higher. If they're part of Child Protective Services, they get funded higher. So equating that $3.2 million to how many slots we have as a district is kind of hard. But it's roughly $3.2 million per year, regardless of how many kids that we serve at this point. So our program is open from 7:30 to 5:30. We do breakfast, circle time, outside time, nap time. They get breakfast and lunch and 2 snacks while they're with us. We do a morning circle time that's all in Spanish at Cali, and then our afternoon circle time at Cali is in English. They do lots of free choice. I included our academic areas. So the state rolled out a new learning foundation that includes preschool and TK. And so I've attached them here, but we have learning foundations and standards that we have to follow for a state preschool. And they lead up to what's required for TK too. The curriculum that we're currently using is called Frog Street pre-K, and I've got Frog Street for 3-year-olds too. I know that when the Callie and Maddie principals were up earlier, they were talking about the DRDP. We do the same assessment tool in the preschool that they use in TK, and that data follows the child. So we are using an online system that the teachers in TK can see all the same data that if the child was tracked in preschool with us.
Jessica, could I say something about DRDP?
Yes.
For you guys, what I want you to care about, just like we care about how ready students are to enter high school or how ready they are to enter college, we want to care about how ready they are to enter kindergarten. So DRDP is fairly new for our school district, but we want to track these results and hopefully increase the amount of students who are deemed ready for kindergarten, because that would validate what we're trying to accomplish with our preschool and TK program.
Mm-hmm. And the state's learning foundations have actually really connected with the learning standards for upper grades too. So I'm happy with the change that the state's requirements and how well it's aligning with our Common Core standards in upper grades. And then our Maddie staff, we have one preschool classroom over there. So I've got a site coordinator, 2 morning teachers, 2 afternoon teachers, and a program IA. Our morning teachers are with the kids until about 7:30 to 2. And then our afternoon teachers come in around 10, and there's a little bit of overlap. They can collaborate. And then our afternoon teachers are there until the kids leave at 5:30. Our program IA kind of spans the entire day. And so she starts at 8 and she leaves at 4:30, just to provide, full day coverage for both morning and afternoon teachers. Here's our Cali staff. We do have 2 classrooms over there. So I have a site supervisor. I still have only 2 morning teachers because they're in 2 separate classrooms. I have 3 afternoon teachers because there's a lot more kids that stay later. And then I have 4 program IAs, and in those 2 classrooms, two program IAs in each classroom, and they help balance out our ratios for state preschool. Here's our current numbers. So Maddie Washburn, we're at 27 students. Part of that number is that Maddie Washburn, I have a number of students that are only doing kind of a part day preschool, and they leave by 1 or 2 o'clock. And so I'm using the Maddie Washburn preschool as after school care for some of our TKers too, some of our youngest TKers. So I think 8 of those kids are TK students during the day, and then they come to us for preschool. And then our Cali preschool, we have served 49 kids. 2 of the families decided it wasn't a good fit for them to be at Cali. We no longer guarantee that they're going to go from the preschool to TK. They have to reapply. And so both those families weren't sure if they wanted to enroll their child in preschool without a guarantee that they're going to go on to TK and stay with Cali for the next 9 years. One of the things that we're doing, this is our last year of doing it, but TK was rolled out in phases. And this is the last year that we have what's called an early admittance TK student, and they're enrolled in our state preschool and housed in TK classrooms. So those are the numbers that you see for early admittance, is that those are really young TK students that are funded under our state preschool program. So our total this year is 132 students. Here's our numbers for last year. We only had 1 preschool classroom at Maddie and 1 at Cali, so our numbers are a little bit lower. But you'll notice that our early admittance kids for last year were much higher, and that's because the early admittance cutoff date, the birthday cutoff date for TK of last year was in April. And so it was anyone who had their 5th birthday between April and September 1st. Or their 4th birthday between April and September 1st of the year before they started TK, they weren't funded with ADA, so they were funded through early admittance. Here's our hope for future numbers of the state preschool. We're hoping to be able to have 72 slots at the Maddie Washburn campus. Our Cali campus, I think we're probably going to stick with just the 2 classrooms for a couple of years. I know that you guys saw the site of where we wanted build the new preschool. I want to open up more preschool slots to try and help those special ed SDC families offer like a full day of care. So that's that number between 12 and 15, up to 24. And earlier I said that we're funded differently depending on who the child is. I think realistically we'll probably get to roughly, up to 192 students in the district. If we were to have all of our slots filled, probably our funds would go to fund roughly 192 students.
Jessica, to your knowledge, how many other districts have gone and done this process in our area?
So I just found out that there was 2 other districts that did this in our area, and they actually gave the funds back to the state because it was too hard to really implement the state preschool. But
I don't think we should gloss over that point because everyone's like $3 million, regardless of how many kids you serve. Why isn't everyone doing this? And that's because it's hard. And oftentimes people make comments. And I just want to recognize Jessica for all the hard work that you've done.
Thank you.
Because this really is hard.
So to actually answer your question, there are 2 other districts that do state preschools, but not at the magnitude we're attempting to do it. There's 2 other state districts that have state preschools that have like under 50 kids in their program. One of them's in, I think, Petaluma, and the other one's in Sonoma. And so here's some pictures of our, new classrooms. I know you guys went and saw them today. The pictures don't do them justice. They're amazing. We're so happy to be there. Here's our ribbon cutting for our preschools over at Cali. Here's last year they did an amazing graduation of our preschool kids. And I just wanted to throw this in here because our preschool teachers are amazing. This is Cali. And they got to dress up in their little vests of what they wanted to do. And I love that, our little fellow up there on the right wants to be Spider-Man as an adult. And all of these kids, they did move on to Cali, so that now they're our TK Cali students. But like I said, the preschool teachers did an amazing job of doing a little graduation.
They look like mini college students.
Yeah. And here's just some of the activities that we've done. Most of these pictures are from last year. We do science, we do math, they build, we learn our colors, we learn our letters, our numbers, we start writing our name. Those are all things that we're practicing in preschool too. Here's just some more pictures. These are all actually of our Cali preschool at the very beginning of the year. We had a parent visit day. And so a lot of these pictures are from the day that the parents got to come bring their kids and kind of do a run through and spend some time in the preschool before we actually dropped off. And then, do you guys have any questions?
I don't have a question, but I just want to say, really great job. So I love the pictures of the graduation.
Mm-hmm. It was cute.
Yeah. And you have one more.
I do.
Would you like to sit down and do this?
No, it's this one will be quick.
What's that? Oh.
Oh.
I'd like to make a motion that we extend our meeting for 10 minutes.
And I'll second that.
That's all we should do.
All in favor? Aye.
I'm really happy that you guys are still wide awake and interacting because it's so late.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry we didn't have you earlier.
It's okay. So the last thing that I have on the agenda, I don't have a slideshow or anything, but it's just a resolution to approve our continued funding application for the state preschool. So that, we just have to approve every year with the board that we want to continue running our state preschool and that we're going to submit our continued funding application with the state. So I'm requesting your approval.
Okay. I will move to continue authorizing the funding application.
Second.
And then this is a roll call vote.
Mm-hmm. Malinali Lopez.
Yes.
Stephanie Ahmad.
Yes.
Paul Kagorna.
Yes.
Rich Carnation.
Yes.
Bill Adams is absent.
Thank you.
So I just, I know that this is like now a bit late because now we just did the roll call vote, but I do want to, thank Jessica Borland again, for your presentation. And then the next thing I want to say is that there's been a misconception or maybe a stereotype for a while that, Latino families don't like to access preschool. But I think that is not the case. I think that it's largely because many of them are not able to afford it because, preschool traditionally, costs money, right? And I think for a lot of Latino families, they end up not doing preschool only because they can't afford it. But I think from what I know and from what I've studied in school, historically, Latino families, it's the dream to have your child have the highest level of education that they possibly can, the most quality education. So I just want to thank you for your work because I think that you're making that dream more of a reality, for those that may otherwise not be able to afford it. So thank you for your work.
I want to thank you for saying that. I also want to recognize that earlier when we were talking about this, I realized that we probably need to reach out to, more Latino families, possibly go to places and advertise, because we've done a lot of advertising online and on Facebook, and that might not be where they are. So,
yes, and then earlier I mentioned, having this brochure with very basic language because, when we start talking like CSPP and like, all these acronyms, it just makes it difficult to understand what it is.
Yeah. So I want to tell you that I'm planning on moving forward with trying to attract more.
Yeah, perfect. And then let me know how I can support you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. So now we're moving on to 5.9, which is consideration of approval of district scorecard board goals.
I added a new measure because I forgot to do it last time. So you had asked me to somehow measure the fact that there are certain things that come up that I just have to do. And sometimes they take 2-3 weeks, a month, whatever it is, and it pulls me off of a lot of other things. And I've got to get that thing done. So I've attempted to do that with a tool that we have in place versus, just some random language. And, you want to pull it up? What I've placed in there is from my evaluation, and I'm comfortable with sharing my evaluation. So, performance standard 4, and it's attached if you need to click on it, is down to the bottom. Performance standard 4 under organizational and financial leadership states the superintendent fosters the safety and success of all teachers, staff, and students by supporting, managing, and evaluating the district's organization, operation, and use of resources. Basically saying you have to do everything and do it well is what I gather from that one. So I think that this would allow you an opportunity to say, hey, these things came up. This has to do with fostering the safety and success of all teachers, staff, students. It's when an item comes up that I take care of. If I can do it well, I am fostering the safety and success of the district, essentially. I couldn't find another way to do this. That was really a tool that we had in place that could be used versus just making up language.
Well, I think it works. I mean, I think I'm the one who asked for this, just because I like when things actually reflect what's actually happening. And I've seen you really, we expect a lot of you, I think, and you actually rise to the challenge.
Thank you.
And we really appreciate that. Really, truly. I can think of just this year. I can't believe it's only October because I feel like we've been through several lifetimes already.
It's been a long year so far, yeah.
We already did the Quail Acres appeal, which was a monumental lift of learning law, and your presentation was amazing and it all came together at the right moment. But yeah, I just don't even know how it's only been 2 months. So I mean, and I'm thinking back and Jessica's not here anymore, but we had to get the preschool to actually get to open, and she
that was summer. Yeah.
Yeah, she shepherded that through, but that was August, and that feels like a million years ago, but that was not that long ago. So I think it's great.
And I appreciate you guys asking for this because it is more reflective of what the job truly is.
And I won't say anything more because Rich actually wants to leave on time today.
Right.
No, I was just going to say, I remember once seeing something where they showed pictures of presidents when they get elected, and then 4 years later, they look old,
Yeah,
right? And I'm thinking like, these last 2 months, I feel like I've aged a lot.
But Jeremy hasn't.
Not at all.
No, he's still young and
I'm still
spry and cocky. So,
Yeah, but you only do that.
Yeah, right.
which only makes me think that he's dying. It's just got to be dying.
Do you need to vote on this?
Yeah, these are the board goals and what you guys would grade me on, if you will, throughout the year. So we would have a mid-year check-in is planned, and then end of year evaluation.
Sure. I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Sorry, I just need 1 second.
She's just making sure it's spelled right.
Oh, I see it. Okay. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks, guys.
Do we make a motion, we adjourn? I'd like to make a motion that we had,
Give me, no, sorry, just give me 1 second.
okay.
Before actually we adjourn, I wanted to ask if there's any future board meeting items. No. Okay, so seeing none, then would you like to make a motion to adjourn now?
Yes.
All right.
I'll move to adjourn.
And I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Done.
I try.